right. All right. We are live just a few minutes late. Thank you for your patience there. We had a variety of issues going on. Mary had some tech issues, and then things that were working right before she had those issues
It
stopped
broke.
working. So it took a little while to get everything coordinated and get it all going right. Now that we're here, welcome back to Reasoned Answer, your home for
crackhead clown individuals,
or something like that. As many of you know, or probably all of you know, I think, I was fired from my job for speaking out against Islam. It started internally. A then employee filed a HR complaint against me. The company investigated that and was determined that there was nothing problematic that required any action, right? I wasn't told to do content differently. I was told that the content seemed fine. As long as it didn't change, it wouldn't be an issue. The content did not change. However, the person who was an employee at that time was fired for performance reasons and decided to seek revenge. After several months, she found sympathetic ear in dispatch reporter Danae King. Today, we're going to be talking about Danae King. Now, I do want to say off the top of this program a couple things. One, I don't blame her as the primary reason why I was fired. I do think that her article was unfair. I do think that it misrepresented the nature of my content. However, I'm willing to have sympathy, have an open mind, and say that she was just trying to do her job. Mary has been doing some digging and she's found some very interesting material that's worth consideration in light of doing your job. The second thing I want to say is that I'm going to try to be as fair as possible here. Like I said, I don't. I do. I want to be perfectly honest, right? I do have hard feelings against a lot of people, but she's not at the top of my list. That the way I was treated by the company, I think, is ridiculous, and that is where my primary frustration lies as far as me personally. And I think that the problem here isn't so much one reporter wrote something ridiculous. I think it's that our culture says that if you ever say anything wrong, or in my case are just accused of saying something wrong, you deserve to be canceled. You don't deserve to have a job. And because of that culture, it was very easy for me to be thrown under the bus, save face, get rid of Thaddeus, and all your problems are solved. Now, unlike most people who get in this situation, I actually do have a platform. I do have an ability to fight back, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, the third and final thing I want to say is that I did, before or about the same time that I posted this publicly, I texted Danae because she had texted me to interview me, so I had her number. I texted her and said that just a heads up, we're going to be talking about you on my channel today. If you would like to join us and defend yourself, you're welcome to do so. If you are unavailable tonight and you want to have another program dedicated to your response, I'm happy to provide time for that as well. And that offer remains open. As of about an hour before the program, I had not heard back from her. At that time, I had to eat dinner and get ready for the program. So maybe she texted me 5 minutes ago. I don't know. Probably not, because she didn't text me in, the previous 6 hours or whatever that was. But if she wants, if Danae, if you're watching this program, whether live or later on a replay, all you got to do is let me know that you want the chance to respond, and hey, I'll give you time. I'll give you an opportunity. If you actually watch my content, you'll know that I'm very fair. I'm very nice when I interview people. So I'm not a scary monster. Mary might be a scary monster. I don't know, but
Yeah. Well,
I'm not.
you know that Danae is well known for her pressing deadlines and her attempts to contact very shortly before these pressing deadlines that are set by I wonder who they're set by. Hmm. But you were much more generous. You gave her what, 12 hours or so, 10 hours, something more than a full workday. So, but we will find out why it was. I found it quite peculiar that, like, immediately after something was published, suddenly CAIR was being quoted by Danae. And so we are going to explore today why that is. So if you want to share my screen.
Yep, let me just take a couple comments from the audience real quick here, all along the same line. Talmudic Tunnels Construction said late answers. It
Indeed.
said
He's correct.
reasoned lateness. And Gray
Very nice.
Jedi said AP lateness virus must have infected reasoned answers.
It's the ping jinn again. You know, Muhammad said that if you do not wake for the dawn prayers, it is because a jinn has peed in your ear. And clearly we couldn't come in on time because a jinn has peed upon my camera.
Highly probable, I am sure.
All right. So Danae King has been identified as one of the top allies of CAIR by other journalists. And, you know, we all know that we have to believe what all journalists say, right? Because they're all totally fair and totally impartial and unbiased. So, you know, if Danae King says something, we just have to believe that. And if some other journalist says something, well, we have to believe that too. So she has been labeled as one of the greatest allies of CAIR, supporting their narrative. And so we have to accept that because, you know, journalists are honest and truthful. So let's.
Well, Mary,
Mhm.
I mean, she's an ally of CAIR. I mean, just listen to their name. They're such a caring organization. So
Right.
I don't know why you're highlighting that as a problem.
Exactly. Who wouldn't be an ally of something called CAIR? Now, what is interesting is that Danae King, who hopefully has her pronouns because she is afraid that we won't be able to tell that she's female. It says that she covers various underserved communities, but it also says that she recovered religion and immigration for 6 years. 6 years, and she dug deep into the scandal of pre-sexual abuse of minors in the Roman Catholic Diocese of Columbus. So she has got, as well as several other faith and immigration topics. And I'm losing my head thing completely. I don't know why. See,
While you're
everything's a
fixing
mess
that,
today.
let me pull up this
Everything's a mess
comment
today.
from Una here. She says, I love Middle Eastern cultures, but let's not pretend that the oppressed regions aren't the result of religious extremism. And
Well,
just to be clear,
mhm,
there's a difference between Islam or Muslims and the Middle East. I know some people find
yes,
this very confusing and think that not Una, to be clear, but some people
yes,
are very confused about this, and they think that the religion of Islam is equivalent to a race, which means it must be for Arabs only. Now, I understand how someone might get that confused, since Muhammad seemed to think that the Arabs were the most superior of all people and all others were inferior. And this is a long history in Islam of that kind of racism exhibited against people who don't come
yeah,
from that region of the world. But in fact, in reality, the majority of Muslims are not Arabs. So let's just get that out of the way. But with that said, I too love the Middle East and I love Muslim people. But I do have to dispute with you, Una, here. When you say religious extremism, I think you just mean Islam, because extremist Islam is exactly what Muhammad taught.
yep, and that's what we will go into today. So notice that she has covered religion for 6 years. Now, if you're going to be someone covering a topic, one would think that either you know about that topic or you are just completely irresponsible and do not do your job. You know, if you are a reporter with a certain beat, you should be knowledgeable about that beat. So, you know, Danae King has previously explicitly defended her reporting on various topics. And therefore, we must grant her the consideration of supporting her assertion that she is a competent reporter and therefore knows the subject that she is reporting about. So she is not reporting anything that she is ignorant about, but she is doing it in full knowledge, because it would be uncharitable for me to say that Danae King is really stupid and didn't bother to learn about the things that she reports on. That would be massively uncharitable, wouldn't it? It is very respectful to say that Dana King has clearly carefully studied the religions that she has covered. She has certainly read the Bible. She's read the Roman Catholic Catechism. She has certainly studied all the Islamic sources, because otherwise she wouldn't dare to presume to report on these issues, because that would be just ridiculous to presume to report on something that you don't know anything about. So clearly she's knowledgeable about it. She's also tied to CAIR from quite a long time before her reporting with you. She is so closely tied to CAIR that in 2022, I don't know why there are two different timestamps for this. Somebody messed up their timestamps. So it was either 2022 or 2023. She was part of the summer internship program and the Engaging Legal and Media Week. Goodness, Engaging Legal and Media Week. And she was the media representative here, who was invited because of her close and deep relationship with CAIR and her high level of friendliness with them, and the respect, the mutual respect and support that they have for one another. Because if I were having a media week for my organization, I would not bring in hostile reporters. No, I would bring in friendly reporters, the most friendly, supportive, and wonderful reporters that really support my goals and my beliefs and want to have my voice amplified in society. So here she is. As part of Media Week, CAIR Ohio invited her, a local journalist, Dana King, to share her experiences and insights into the power of media in shaping public opinion and advancing social justice. So CAIR sees her as one of their key figures to shape public opinion and advance what their idea of social justice is in Ohio. Her impactful stories and dedicated to investigative reporting inspired the interns who are with CAIR's interns, to utilize the media as a tool. So she is showing them, I am a tool for CAIR. Here's how you can utilize people like me who are happy to be tools for CAIR for raising awareness about important issues and promoting positive change towards becoming ambassadors for justice and advocates for building power for the Muslim community. So we need to have the Muslim Ummah, which of course Danae King knows means community. The Muslim Ummah needs to have power in America, and Danae King is here to help them do it. So the question is, when it came to your story, did CAIR contact her, or did she reach out to them first? Considering their deep and lasting ties, I would not dare to speculate, but the second story came so quickly on the heels of the first. I have certain inclinations, but regardless, that is their number one media person in Ohio, identified by CAIR Ohio as the person to reach out to in Media Week for supporting their voice in the media and in society. That she's the person for that. So maybe they have her on Google Alerts.
So we wouldn't want to accuse CAIR Ohio of lying, right? We wouldn't want to accuse them of saying that she's the person to contact when she isn't. So I guess we're just going to have to take this at face value. Now, in fairness, just because she's their favorite reporter doesn't mean that she's, repeating their talking points word for word, or, even something more sinister, is being paid under the table to produce certain stories. Not making an accusation like that, but there does seem to be an interesting working relationship going on here.
Yes, and the reason that this was established is because of things that happened earlier on. But again, notice, soon as that comes out, oh, CAIR comes out and calls for your firing. So, in your article, Danae King quotes as an authoritative source a man who has been labeled a pro-terror extremist, and she believes that his voice is a voice to be amplified to represent the Muslim community in Ohio. That a pro-terror extremist, so labeled by a nonprofit organization, so a nonprofit organization has identified him as a pro-terror extremist, and Danae King believes that his is the voice that needs to be heard when it comes to Islamic matters. So he says, Billman's role in a community nonprofit serving Muslims, among others, should alarm us all. Proof that hate thrives even in well-intentioned spaces, he says. Khalid Turani is his name. So, and let's continue on. Now, notice that these are in his words. So she is not saying that, he is. Now, this is inaccurate reporting. This is a blatant lie. Your organization did not serve Muslims in any way.
Yes, that is correct. So I want to make this very clear to everyone who is listening. Community Shelter Board, the organization that I worked for, is a governing organization, a administrative organization. It provides no direct client services to Muslims, Christians, Jews, or anyone, nor do our partner agencies who do the actual serving of people collect any information on religion. So there's literally no way that anyone who works for a community shelter board can discriminate against any individual, because we don't do that. We don't determine who is served, when they're served, how they're treated. All of that is done by partner agencies.
Right.
The role of Community Shelter Board is to distribute funding, collect data on the system, make analysis and decisions about big picture issues about how the future should be determined. We don't make decisions on who is served, let alone me personally in my job of analyzing data.
Right. Well, let me ask a question here. Let's dig into this. Now, would a reporter who has done the appropriate background on your organization be aware of the fact that you do not directly serve any homeless individuals?
Yes.
Okay. So a reporter who does her work, who does her homework, would know that this is a statement that is false and will deceive people. So
Yes.
she would know that this is a false, deceptive comment that would encourage people to be angry at you. So it's a hate-inspiring statement. So the
And in
question
fact,
is then,
this isn't just theoretical, Mary, because I have had a few individuals say that you deserve to be fired because you denied Muslim shelter. Something
yes,
I literally could never have done.
Could never have done, and your organization could never have done. Even your organization could not have done it. So
Right, the
I want to be
organization
clear.
couldn't do it. I couldn't do it.
So
No one
this
could do
means,
it because we don't
yes.
collect religious information at
So
all. And partner agencies like, say, the YMCA, for example, are the ones who determine who is served.
Awesome. So this means that either Danae King is an incompetent journalist who didn't know, who was too incompetent or stupid or foolish to do her appropriate background research to know that this was completely incorrect and that she had given this man the wrong impression. Or else she did know that this was entirely incorrect and that was a false accusation. But now she has it in the mouth of her ally, whose voice she has been identified as a tool to be used by CAIR. And she is collaborating willfully with this individual to promote a false narrative and a lie because it is couched inside of a quote. Now, far be it from me to say that Danae King is not an incompetent and foolish journalist, but on the other hand, it would be rather rude to say that she doesn't know what she's doing? It's an open question. I have no proof of either one. Is there a third option that anyone in the comments can think of? Is there any situation in which this would not be either incompetence or deception? I am welcome to the suggestions from the comments section.
Yeah,
So,
so we do have at least one Muslim watching. So, Muslims, you tell me,
it's
how.
Faisal, and he was timed out for 5 minutes because he's just posting insults again. So whenever he comes back and is on
Mhm.
topic and turns on
Yeah,
his
or any
volume,
other Muslims lurking, or any
yes, there might be.
people who
That's true.
dislike me, or any people who like me.
I just want
Is there
people to be
another
on
option here
topic.
other than intentionally allowing a quote that is deceptive, or not doing enough research to know what CSB actually does?
All right.
Are there other options?
Now, I want to be clear that her source is an anti-Israel, pro-terror extremist, so identified by a third-party nonprofit watchdog group, and she believes that this is the person to label others as racist. That is her view. That this is an appropriate person to quote. Now, here's a question. He says, a very well-known, it's creating a platform for a very well-known racist. And that, of course, is actually supposedly referring to Robert Spencer, which is utterly ridiculous.
So this comment is beyond ridiculous.
Yes.
Because I have over 350 videos, as the Dispatch article itself says. Robert has been in a grand total of 2 of them. I don't know how
you were arguing with him the whole time
for Robert. Yes, and the main one, the one where he was the main guest, he is on because I disagree with him, and we're having a friendly discussion. I don't want to call it an argument because it's not, but a friendly discussion about the truth of the matter of whether Muhammad was a historical person or not. And we're disagreeing. I'm having Robert on to tell him he's wrong, and this is creating a platform for him. And then that we already kind of covered the ridiculousness of calling someone racist for what Robert actually does. About 95% of what he does is post news stories about terrorist attacks inspired by Islam. Now, those terrorist attacks, they seem to happen all over the world. They happen in Africa. They happen in the Middle East. They happen in Afghanistan, Pakistan area. They happen in Asia. They happen in Southeast Asia. And occasionally they happen in Europe or the New World. Seems to me that they happen to all kinds of different people of all different races. So how exactly is reporting on terrorist attacks racist?
So, Faisal, you have to be on topic. This has a topic. You're timed out for 5 minutes again. If you post anything other than something on topic, you come in and you're trying to distract people from the conversation. So if you do anything else, I'm going to kick you out for the duration of the stream. So you're not being fired. You're not being silenced. You can post anything you want in the comments. What you can't do is hijack the stream and the comments by just posting insults. I'm done with that. You can't do that anymore. We are on topic. This is a meeting, and you can't run into a meeting, pull up all your clothes, and start screaming at the top of your lungs. You also can't do this. I'm not silencing your speech. I'm asking you to be on topic now and put your stupid insults in the comments, and I will respond to them there. Don't be off topic during the stream. All right. Now, I have, as other people have asked, is Islam an ethnic or racial group? I'm being generous. Racism. Is Islam a race? Another question. Is Danae King unaware of the fact that Islam is neither an ethnic or racial group? So she is quoting this person as authoritative, and she is bolstering his comment. She's put it really close to the top of the article, and she is full support, full steam ahead, go racism. So I would think that being an expert on religion, having covered it for 6 years, for goodness sakes, that she would actually understand that religion is not race. On the other hand, Jews are an ethnic or racial group. There are Jews who are not religious. There's Judaism as a religion, and there is Jewishness as something other than a religion. Jews are an ethnic group, actually multiple ethnic groups, because there are different subdivisions of Jews with their own different traditions. But Jews are an ethnic group. And this will be very relevant in a moment, but I just want people to keep that in mind. And another question is Danae King unaware that she is platforming an anti-Semite who posts in hope of the annihilation of the Jews? Or does Danae King share his views and thus considers him a good source? So again, it would be very rude of me to say that she's a terrible journalist. Now, my question
Well, I think it's also very rude of you to say that she potentially supports the annihilation of Jewish people.
Well, I mean, Khalid here supports the annihilation of Jewish people, so it's not rude to him. And if she believes that, then it wouldn't be rude to her. So, if you can pull that off, let's take a look. And yes, Robert Spencer is one of the kindest men in the world. He just doesn't want people killed by jihadis, and she thinks that's terrible. It is terrible that Robert Spencer wants people to stop being constantly killed by jihadis, and she thinks she's evil for this. Very interesting. Very, very interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So my question is, what race is Muslim? This first one has countries with the largest number of total Muslims. The second one is largest number of Muslims living in Muslim minority, as Muslim minorities in other countries. But if I had kept the whole thing, you wouldn't be able to read it. So we're going to look at this first list. The most populous group in any single country is Indonesia. Now, would Dewey Bulan say that you are anti-Indonesian?
I hope not.
Yeah, I don't think that she would say that either one of us are anti-Indonesian. I am very much pro-Indonesia and Indonesians, and I would love for all of them to come out of the dark cloud of Islam that causes so much grief in their country. Pakistan. Well, let's put Pakistan and India together. That would make an even more populous group of people. But not all people in Pakistan and in India are in fact Muslim. There are Hindus, there are Christians. And there are some Buddhists. These are the other folks. There are Singhs. All of these groups are in India. That's not a race. I mean, if anything, you could say, Hinduism is the ancient religion, but only of some of the people in some of the place. The entire country was not classically Hindu in ancient times. Again, this is not a Muslim race. The Arabicized Copts, you were just on a stream with a Copt, with an Egyptian.
Yes, indeed I was.
And you think, and before that, I'm sorry, you were on a stream with a Pakistani.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
At the same time.
Yes,
so Adam
indeed.
Seeker, do you think that Adam Seeker thinks that you're racist against the...
I would certainly hope not, since I consider Adam Seeker to be one of the very best voices we have against Islam. And consider him a friend. I would hope he doesn't think I'm a racist.
And Usama Dokdok? I've had dinner with him. I've sat with him and eaten. Had no indication that he thought that any of my work was racist. In fact, he thinks I'm too nice. He might be the only person who thinks I'm too nice. He thinks I'm way too nice.
Lots of people think I'm too nice, which is the whole irony of this thing.
Yes.
The only person nicer than me is Robert Spencer.
All right.
And Robert's public enemy number one, and now apparently I'm also a horrible monster.
Oh, Fulani. Maybe the race of Muslim is a Fulani out of Nigeria or some other area in the region. It seems to me like you have given a platform to a Fulani to speak about the terrible abuse that she suffered under Islam because of the way Islam treated girls. I don't think she'd think you're racist.
No.
Iran, I don't think that we have had a Persian person who, well, we have had Persian people on here with some very odd individual religions.
And very long time ago, I
Very long
had Muhammad Fardi on.
Yeah, yep. But one of my good friends at church, guess where she's from? She's from Iran. She is Persian. And she is very saddened about the darkness that her family is still in because they are still Shia Muslim. And I take care of her kids, for heaven's sakes. Do you think she thinks I'm a racist?
Let's hope not.
And yes, she knows about the channel. Turkey. Do you think apostate prophet there just despises you? Hatun, Tosh?
Well, I've been on
that you're a
Hatun's
terrible racist?
channel numerous times, and we'll be on AP's channel later this week. So apparently they don't have any thoughts of me being racist either. It's very strange, right? That me, this very racist person who hates all kinds of people who aren't white male Americans, has guests from nearly every one of these countries on my channel.
Yeah. And
all of them as I don't want to say friends exactly, because like some of them are friends. I know them personally, but others are just guests on the channel. But all of them are people I support. All of them are people that I want to see succeed. All of them are people I encourage other people to watch. Strange that, I'm just so racist. I'm just so racist.
And then we have
Algeria. I don't know, maybe Antarcticans. I don't think I've ever had an Antarctican on here.
Algeria and Morocco, who are both groups of primarily Arabicized Berbers. And you know what? Back on Clubhouse, I used to tag team Muslims with my Moroccan friend. But nope. Hate Moroccans. Must hate them. It's just it's just hilarious. Lebanese friends from Palestine. Yes, Christian friends from Palestine who are formerly Muslim. Steve Mashni, as he goes by, or Hussein Mashni as well. For some reason, he doesn't think that I am or you are, because if you are a terrible racist and I'm here supporting your work, like I would be a terrible racist too, right? So anyway, something interesting. So what's the race here?
Hussein's from Palestine. I mean, what if I hated Muslims? I mean, surely Palestine would be on the top of my list of things that I hate.
Because... And now, and then go the countries with the largest number of Muslims living as minorities within their country. Let's take a look at number 3 on the list. So that's China, right? China. And what is happening in China currently?
China is persecuting, to use an understatement, the Uyghur Muslim people.
That is
and we've
right.
spoken out against that multiple times.
Oh, have we? But I thought that we were racist against Muslims. So we should support the genocide of Uyghurs. I wonder if Danae King has spoken out against the genocide of Uyghurs, which is taking place under the Chinese government, and also some of the organ harvesting. A lot of those organs are being sold to Arabs in the Middle East who are very wealthy, who want halal organs, even though there isn't such a thing. But there's such a revulsion of the idea of pig or whatever, and Muslims do not donate organs. They don't. They only receive organs. And therefore, wealthy Arabs will buy organs from living human beings in Uyghur concentration camps, where their organs will be harvested and implanted into the people who are traveling there for these procedures. This is happening. this is happening.
So Villainous has a point here. He says Mary is racist. Just check out that cultural appropriation on her head.
Oh yeah, it's terrible appropriation. Muhammad said that women who wear turbans will go to the hellfire. Therefore, I found it extremely funny to always wear a turban.
It's funny though, because Muslims tune in all the time and they're like, is Mary a Muslim?
Yep. Goodness. So here's a question. So it can't be that we're racist in a classical sense, but maybe Danae King actually opposes those who don't have Allah's racial preferences. So if Arabs are actually the supreme race, better than all other people, then disagreeing with Allah would be racism, because you would be denigrating the superiority of the supreme race, the Übermensch, the Arabs, right? That would be racism. So perhaps that's what she means, because going with the racist Muslim just doesn't make any sense, since Muslim is not a race. So let's look at the standards that Islam sets for race. Now, Reliance of the Traveler is the most easily accessible English translation of a Sharia book. There are 4 different madhabs of Sharia law in Sunni Islam, and which of course Danae King knows, because you would be an ignorant fool if you covered Islam and did not know such a very simple basic fact. And certainly she has read the main manuals, because again, who would dare to cover Islam if they did not understand the main guides, like you have the Roman Catholic Catechism. You cannot understand Catholicism without reading the Catholic Catechism. You cannot understand how to be a Muslim without reading the books of Sharia. And Sharia is not like some woo scary word. Sharia. No, Sharia is the way. It just means like the way of being a Muslim. That's all it means. There is no Islam without Sharia. It is not a scare word. It is the way of Islam. That's what it means. So according to the Reliance of the Traveler, and this is expressed in all the other Sharia manuals, including all the ones that control the sects of the Shia, don't think that they're different. It says that there's a section for the suitability and marriage for a female. So suitability is in the lineage of the man, in his religiousness, and that he's a free man and not a slave, and in his profession, that he's free of defects that can cause the annulment of a marriage. And among these are the standards is that the non-Arab is not suitable for an Arab woman. Why? Because that would humiliate her. A non-Qurayshi is not suitable for a Qurayshi woman. So the Quraysh are the tribe of Muhammad from Mecca, which of course Danae King knows, because goodness, that's like very basic Islam, right? Nor is a non Hashimi or non-Mutalabi suitable for those from those clans within the Quraysh tribe, right? Because those clans are Muhammad's proper clans. They are superior. So at the top, you must have those who are descended from the clan of Hashim. Then slightly below that, the clan of Abd al-Muttalib. And then below that are the Quraysh. And then below that are all the rest of the Arabs. And below that is everyone else. And if you marry a woman below her station, you are humiliating her. It would be like marrying a moral woman to an immoral man, a free woman to a slave, a man with a demeaning and lowly job, a janitor to a princess. That would be the equivalent of marrying an Arab woman from the best race to a man of a different, far more inferior and humiliated race. So if you disagree with that, and this is true because, Islam, we can't disagree with it, right? Because that would be anti-Islamic.
And this is crazy.
That would be racism. Do it again.
That was that was an accent, but it also is appropriate.
And this is crazy.
Ha! So, recently, Sneeko went famous for his conversation with Asim al-Hakim.
Who was just on the screen, by the way.
What?
I said that it was who was just on the screen, by the way.
Yes, that's Asim al-Hakim, who is a very, very, very famous Muslim scholar, and he is an authority on all things of fiqh. He is very, very studied, very learned. He's Saudi, from Saudi Arabia. I don't know what his tribe is. He is highly respected. Sneeko traveled to Saudi Arabia to seek out this incredibly important and influential man. Okay. Mm-hmm. And he said to him, I am bothered by one hadith. I don't like it. And this is a hadith. The people of Yemen are on the verge of ascending upon you as if they're clouds. They are the best people on earth, that the Yemeni are superior to all other people. Then one of the men from the helpers of Medina said, aren't we, O Messenger of Allah? But then Muhammad was silent. Then he said, aren't we, O Messenger of Allah? The best people, aren't we even better than them? And he was still silent. And he said a third time, aren't we the best people? Aren't we your helpers and the immigrants and your immediate family? Aren't we even more superior than the Yemenis? And he finally said in a low sound, except you. So again, you have Muhammad's family and close associates and people, Mecca, Medina, right here. Mm-hmm. The Yemenis, the rest of the Arabs, and everybody else. Now, that is what Sneeko thought was offensive. He was cool with the wife beating, great with the 4 wives, sex slaves, amen, sex with underage children. That I repeat myself, but sex with small children. He was on board with all of that. What bothered him was a hadith that said that the people of Yemen are superior to him. Mm-hmm. And what was in response? Answer? What did he say?
Yeah, so the sheikh, not just any random imam, but the highly esteemed sheikh, says that if you have any doubts about anything in Islam, you are already an unbeliever and you need to get out of my house.
Yep.
We hear it, we believe, and anything else is completely unacceptable. Not my words, his words.
Oh, and
not word for word, but the gist of what he said.
Yeah, before I ban him again on his millionth user, Islam is my identity said, you are a hateful person. That's why you got fired from your job. Now, Islam is my identity is banned permanently from the stream because he threatened to rape my child daughters, my little girls. He explained how he was looking forward to in the caliphate, how he would rape my daughters. So that is...
Yeah, so this guy, who's been on here fairly regularly, but people who are not regulars of the stream might watch this. Just so the background here, he comes in all the time. He brags about how he has 500 different accounts so that we can't really block him. And he does one of two things. Either he says, I'm so happy that the Christians were killed in Pakistan yesterday. Or he comes in and says, why are you persecuting me?
Or he says he threatens Hatun, or he threatens to rape my children, or something else. So that's why.
So either he's bragging about Muslims doing violent acts, threatening violent acts himself, or complaining about being persecuted. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
He's just banned from the channel because people who threaten to rape my children, I don't have to listen to here. Now, Danae King would say that. I'm not sure what she would say.
We're hateful, Mary. We're hateful.
I'm hateful.
We censor people who threatened us.
I should platform and be a tool for the voice of the man who wants to rape my small children. Let's just let that sink in, because I am hateful. Why am I hateful? Because I read things like this that are fundamental to the Islamic religion. Again, remember, a top preacher that Sneeko traveled the world to see told him that if you have a problem with this, you get out of my house. If you do not accept everything that Muhammad said, get out of my house. Now, here's another
And
one.
many Islamic scholars, there have been, to be perfectly fair, there have been a minority of voices who said otherwise, but a lot of Islam's top scholars throughout world history have said the same, that Arabs are superior, and anyone who doubts that can't be a Muslim because they're doubting what came under authentic narration from Muhammad's own mouth, and that's as good as the word of God.
Yes. And then the next one, and this is the main one that says that, oh, Messenger of Allah is praising how wonderful the Quraysh, his tribe, are. So Muhammad said, indeed, Allah created the creation and he made me from the best of the categories of his creation. And the best of the two categories, that is Arabs and non-Arabs. So out of what is better, Arabs or non-Arabs, Muhammad is from the better group. Arabs are better than non-Arabs. So then he chose between the tribes and made me from the best tribe. Quraysh are better than other Arabs. Then he chose between the houses and made me from the best house. So the house of Hashem, or Hashem, I don't know why I'm saying Hashem, the house of Hashem is the best house. And if you do not accept this, according to Asim al-Hakim, who is an expert in Islamic law, an expert in Islamic life, an expert in all things Islam, then you need to get out of the house. So I would like to point out that Danae King's definition.
Before you go on, I do want to
Yep.
point out that I have a two-part stream, over 4 hours of content going through the long history of what we would now call racism in early Islam. It, at least at minimum, is inspired by the words of Muhammad. You could debate whether Muhammad was just an angry guy who thought everyone was inferior to him, or whether he was specifically racist. But because of his words about Black people especially, there's a long history of racism in Islam, long before the United States even existed as a country. So if you're interested, check that out. And while we're paused, I want to get one of these super chats from Joshua Wooden.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you. Give, then I will give you. It's difficult because you know what? These are my last few. As it is, the price is going up, the rand is going down, this is happening. Excuses. Those are excuses. You give and watch what Allah does.
So Joshua says, Brother Thaddeus, you have our support. Also, shame on the job that let you go. You missed your Ramadan fast. So to fulfill your duty, you did fidya. Thank you very much for that donation. I definitely appreciate the support. I do want to be honest. I'm not like in a desperate financial situation, but I am going to attempt at giving YouTube full-time go, give all my effort into this ministry. So if you want to support that, I would encourage people to sign up on my Patreon or one of the other support options listed in the chat. And your brother in Christ say, how dare me want people to live? It's worse than that, your brother in Christ. Not only do I not want people to be killed in terrorist attacks, I want them to have eternal life. I want them to not just live out an ordinary life of 70 years. I want them to have eternal life in the name of Jesus Christ, their Savior. I want people to come to know the loving grace of God. I know it's such a horrible thing to go out and tell people that you're following something that's false and will lead you to hell. You should just stay silent and watch them go to hell and laugh about it. I think that's the loving thing to do, according to people like Danae King. Of course, I don't know her personally, but I suspect that she might think that Christianity is a bunch of nonsense, along with all other religions. Just a guess, though.
All right.
But
So,
from my perspective, right, from my perspective, how could I do anything but love Muslims by telling them the truth?
yep. If I didn't care about Muslims, I would just let them all burn in hell. In the end, God wins. Die. But I actually do care that people are dragged into this deception, and that they commit all of these horrific acts, not because they misunderstood their material. No, because they understood it, because they read it, because that's what it says. This is what the materials say. If you believe it, you will act accordingly. Now, again, Danae King's definition of dangerous, according to my opinion, seems to be that a literal Uyghur genocide, not really concerned about, but an accurate description of Islamic doctrine. Oh, that censor, we must stop. I must be a tool for CAIR. I must be a voice for these people. We must shut these people up. And we cannot let people know what they believe in, and we cannot engage with people who believe in these things and convince them that they shouldn't believe in this because it's nonsense.
Mhm.
All right. So maybe though, Danae King actually has an Islamic definition of slander, because that then would make sense. Because according to Islam, saying something that is true but reflects badly on Muslims is the definition of slander. Slander is defined by, and again, you can check in Reliance of the Traveler, which I am sure that Danae King has certainly read, because she would never dare to comment on Islamic issues without having read such a seminal work. But you can go to Reliance the Traveler and the section on slander and find out that, in fact, this is the definition there, as it is in all Islamic law, that to say things that embarrass people, though they are true, and bring shame to the Islamic Ummah, that's community, that these things consist of slander. For example, Nupur Sharma, who was a spokeswoman of India's ruling party, she mentioned that Muhammad had married Aisha when she was 6 and had consummated the marriage when Aisha was 9. She said this in response to Muslims saying nasty things about Shiva. So she said something that is accurate according to all pious Muslims. To say this is inaccurate and believe it is inaccurate, you must say that the science of ahadith is false, and that nothing that Muhammad said is reliable, and that there is no sunnah. It does not exist. There's nothing that you can rely on. So when this happened, all the Middle Eastern countries that were majority Muslim ran in to condemn these comments, though every single one of them believe it and teach it to their children. So they're condemning the comments that they believe to be true. Now, maybe Danae King thinks that this is a silly story. And of course, an old man did not get on top of a small child and penetrate her. Seems odd for her to think that a man might not do that, considering her other publications. But it's possible that she just thinks that didn't happen. But pious, Orthodox Muslims do and must. In fact, the fourth caliph, I keep on doing Khalifa and caliph and mixing up the two pronunciations. The fourth Khalifa, Ali, he was forced to marry his very small prepubescent daughter to Umar, who was not only the Khalifa at the time, but was also a known wife beater, on the basis that Muhammad had done that with Aisha. So Umar says, I'm Khalifa. Give me your small child to marry and penetrate sexually. And Ali said, no, I will not do that. And then Umar said, do you dare to not do a thing and say that I won't do that because she is too young. She's too young. Do you dare not do a thing that Muhammad said was fine? And Ali gave his daughter, Kulthum, to Umar to be married to him and penetrated by him before puberty because of the example of his prophet. Now, if Muhammad did not do that, then Umar and Ali were both very ignorant of the fact and had no idea what age she was. So this is not some sort of thing that was only made up long after, that is this floating story that has no context. No, it has a historical context. It has a historical place, and it had effects on real people from the very beginning. Kulthum's life was changed forever when she was taken by Umar as a small child. And I
So-
would say that matters.
So
But
Jay Alfred says, this is
Mhm.
what trips up Westerners. We go by morality according to what is objectively good and evil, not by pure relativism aimed at the expansion of one's religion. It is an alien concept. And that's very true. When I began studying Islam, I of course realized that it probably had some different moral principles.
I just assumed that it was a political marriage. I did not believe that Muhammad penetrated a tiny child because it was so ridiculous and outrageous and such a deep affront to anything. I just thought by married a small child, they meant there was a political marriage that wasn't consummated until she was much older. I assumed that because there are lots of political marriages throughout history that involve small children of various ages. And that is what they are in my mind. Then I read, what sources? Did I read hateful Westerners who want to smear Islam? No. I read the Islamic sources, and I tell you that I walked around for days afterwards just in sheer body horror. Like, I didn't even want to exist in my own body, knowing that this was an example set by Muhammad, who is the perfect example. The perfect example. He is not just an example of what can be done. He is the perfect example, the best man to have ever lived, penetrated a child who is 9 years old. And Danae King believes that this man is the man that she needs to come up in arms and defend that his faithful followers, the pious men who must, if they follow him, permit this to happen, whether or not it disgusts them or not. It doesn't matter whether or not things disgust you. The perfect example was a man who did this. You cannot say a word against anyone who does.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, there are Muslims who try to deny this, but they are in the extreme minority, right? Nearly all Muslims believe this to the point where it's not even controversial in their minds. And you got all these white Western converts to Islam. They immediately convert to Islam, and then the first thing that they're doing is defending Muhammad's marriage to a 6-year-old child who he penetrated when she turned 9 before she reached puberty, according to the sources. And they'll say, this is perfectly fine. What is your problem with this? It's just your corrupt liberal values that are telling you this is wrong. There's nothing to see here. All of them, all of the popular da'is, all the popular Muslim spokespeople on YouTube, on the internet are saying this. None of them are ashamed of it.
No.
The people who are ashamed are in the extreme minority and are in fact acting against the authentic narrations of Muhammad, which means they're considered heretics by Orthodox Islam.
And let me be clear, the standard for when you can penetrate a girl is based upon whether or not she's chubby. If she's thought to be chubby and big enough to bear the weight of a man can attempt to penetrate her. And if he is wrong and he happens to tear her so that her vagina and her anus become one opening, this is in Islamic law books. There is a beautiful description of what does happen in Islam because of the standard. Then depending on your code of law, you may have a different obligation to her. So in some, you can continue to have sex with her even though you get doo-doo on you every time, because now it's all one thing and she is leaking feces for the rest of her life. Because remember, this happened before there were any possible surgical remedies. And you can still continue to enjoy her and you have to support her. And another one, you must support her and you cannot enjoy her because you will get doo-doo on yourself. And it's okay for her to sit leaking feces for the rest of her life because you made an oopsie and thought she was chubbier and more able to bear your weight than she actually was. This is being enforced by the Taliban right now. This is the real world. This is happening to real girls. And what side is Danae King on? And then the third option is that you just have to give her her separation money. and maybe a little bit more. And then she is thrown into the dirt. From there, then on, she is always unclean. She can never pray again. Allah will never hear her. She's covered in feces. Allah doesn't listen to unclean people. She's dirty, and she will never be listened to by her God for the rest of her life, because Allah says that he prefers the male over the female, and that he cares about men more. He loves men more. Men are better. And it is all right that some girls will have this fate where they will be ripped apart by a man and sit the rest of their lives in their own feces and never be listened to by God, a single one of their prayers again, rather than saying that men need to wait until she's an adult. I want to be as clear as I possibly can be that this is what is in every system of Islam. There is not one that does not have it. So, and again, does Danae King agree with the Orthodox Islamic view on slander? Because as a result of this Muhammad remarks row, right? What happened was, I just chose one of many riots and beatings and various things. A Muslim youth was attacked by a Muslim mob because he had allegedly written a social media post that said a 50-year-old man marrying a 6 to 9-year-old girl is clearly child abuse. People do not know how to support him. Would you give your 6-year-old daughter to a 50-year-old man? Think about it. And he was arrested for his post after being beaten. So they were not rioting because it was untrue. They were rioting because it was said in a negative manner to criticize Muhammad, that this was considered bad, that people would consider this wrong, cause a mob to beat this boy. Maybe this boy thought that surely that can't be true. I didn't learn it. I didn't know this about my prophet. And so he wrote that going, goodness, he's supposed to be the perfect moral example. This can't be true. But it is.
And as daughter points out, Muslims still practice child bride marriage today. Now, I do want to be clear. Most adult men are not attracted to minors, and thus, even though they have the right to, they don't choose to do that. But there is a pervasive culture of marrying as young as possible. So they marry, 16-year-olds, 18-year-olds, something like that, even when they themselves are 40 or 50 years old.
Well,
is this really the description of a true prophet of God?
in some places like Egypt, for example, Muslims are not feeling that they have the money to marry, so they're hardly marrying at all. But in places like Afghanistan, people are selling off toddlers to men. And there are markets for marrying children. Men go and visit Egypt. Sunni men visit Egypt for misyar marriages, which are traveler marriages. And there are some girls who have been married 50 times before they turn 18. Now, there is a law on the books. My goodness, you can't register a marriage of a girl who is under, I think it's 18. I think it actually is 18. But that doesn't prevent widespread use of religious-only marriages, because the only marriages that matter are the religious ones in Islam anyway. So this is what happens. And here's another example: is that a Hindu man was murdered. His throat was slit in the presence of his son and daughter-in-law because he had been accused of supporting Nupur Sharma, who simply stated a fact of Islam. So does Danae King agree that this is slander? To state this fact is slander, that it is fine that this is happening, but you need to shut up and stop talking about these girls. Stop talking about the girls in Nigeria who this is happening to now. An MP there permanently damaged a girl recently. Don't talk about it because it might make people think badly about Muslims. Is that her definition of harmful contact? content? And if it is, does that mean that Danae King herself is a racist, anti-Catholic, Christophobe, according to her own definitions of racism and Islamophobia? Is she an anti-Catholic? Because you see, only about 30% of Catholics are white, in the sense of whiteness that counts in her mind, right? The other 70%, and I did do the calculation for North America too and added them and everything, the other 70% are from these underserved groups that she is so concerned about. So she is wanting to tear down the support system of and the confidence of Catholics in their church. Does that mean that she is a racist?
Well,
Does it
you
mean that she's
know,
anti-Catholic? Is she a Christophobe? Is she a hate monger against people who are primarily non-white?
it's a very interesting thing, right? That we criticize clearly abusive, clearly immoral actions by people who happen to be Muslims, and we're criticizing their specific actions. We're not saying, oh, this is what all Muslims do. No, we're saying this sick, disgusting individual did this. And by the way, Muhammad did as well. And that means that we hate all Muslims, we're bigots, we're Islamophobes, we're racists, etc. But Danae points out the abuse in the Catholic Church, which we all agree on, including Christians, is a very bad thing and 100% deserve to be called out. Even Catholics, right? Even nearly all Catholics agree that this was a horrific thing that happened and are glad that the abuse was called to public attention and was put to an end. But that is just good action because it goes against a Christian organization, right?
Oh,
we agree that it's good. You should call out priests who are abusing children.
Yep.
Everyone agrees with that. But here's the thing. Imams abuse children all the time. It's very
normal.
prevalent. I saw
Very,
one
very common.
estimate that 90% of girls were abused by imams, and not here in America. I'm not saying it happens here in America. I don't know that, but I saw a study. I think it was Saudi Arabia. I'm not certain, but a study that 90% of girls reported that they had been inappropriately touched, harassed, or sexually abused by their imams. Where's the reporting on that?
Yep,
it doesn't happen.
And because they were harassed because that was used as punishment for not reciting things correctly. If you could bring up Haidar Patel's comment, he said that this was 1400 years ago. It's old times and in hot areas women matured more. That is a lie. Women did not mature any faster. They matured slower than they do today. At older ages, they had puberty. Aisha only reached puberty between the ages of 14 and 16, according to the sources, because there are some sources that identify her specifically as a prepubescent little girl at certain points in history, and only later does she talk about her period. So between 14 and 16, so between 5 and 7 years, Muhammad was having intercourse with her. Before she had her first period, she had not matured. And that was
Haidar, if you are correct, then where's the scientific studies backing this? Where and why did all the early Islamic scholars and middle and most late discuss how puberty is not a requirement based on the example of Muhammad and the explicit teaching of the Quran? How come they didn't know that? How come they none of them knew about the girls that miraculously achieved puberty at age 9 in Saudi Arabia during the 12th century? Or the 8th century?
And I want to point out that there was a coming of age celebration that occurred in pagan Mecca in the council house. They would cut a slit in a new piece of linen and put a fresh undergarment layer over a girl who had just had her first period, and that was recorded as being a pagan practice that had happened. The only reason that you would have such a ceremony is because puberty actually mattered at that time. Now, keep in mind that the Jews living in the same area talked about the youngest that girls could have their period, and they said it was 12. That 12 years old was the youngest age that girls could have their period. Christians in the same area also believed that 12 years old was the youngest that anybody got their periods. Same period, time, all of this, ancient times, 12 years old was the earliest that girls would have their period. There's
So-
no evidence that anybody else thought otherwise. And keep in mind, again, the example of Ali, who gave his prepubescent daughter to Umar for intercourse. So before Muhammad, there was not prepubescent intercourse. It did not exist before Muhammad for girls. Muhammad set the example of prepubescent intercourse. I have gone through every single woman trying to look for examples of any. I found a number who were betrothed in pagan times when they were quite young. So once you got female genital mutilation, once you got your clitoris chopped off, which Muhammad endorsed as a practice of Islam, once you get your clitoris chopped off, you are able to be betrothed to someone. And then after you reached puberty, you were able to be married. Muhammad was the one who changed that. He innovated this. That's why people objected to the marriage of their daughters, but then were told, but Muhammad. Why? Because he's the one who innovated it. So no,
So-
none of that is true.
Two other comments from Hadar real quick. Life expectancy was low. Early marriages helped
No,
survive. You
it does not.
totally misunderstand life expectancy. The reason average life expectancy was lower in ancient times is because the huge infant mortality rate. It did not affect maximum life expectancy. So sorry, you're just wrong there. And in no circumstances ever would having sex with someone before puberty help people survive. That's just nonsense. You can't get pregnant before you have your first period. I know that that's very complicated for you to understand since Allah doesn't understand it, doesn't understand how any biology works. But additionally, scientific studies, and Mary has covered these previously,
In
show
detail.
that girls, women, whatever you want to call them, who get pregnant in the first year of menstruation have a much lower life expectancy and a much lower number of average children than girls or women who don't get pregnant at that time. So how exactly did this help people survive? And how come no other culture needed to do this? Only Muhammad's culture, and only after Muhammad encouraged it. Very strange. And then his final comment was, I do not agree with early marriage. It should not be allowed. Awesome. I'm glad you don't agree with it. Here's the problem. You just committed blasphemy. You just said that Muhammad is wrong, that Muhammad's example can't be followed, that he's not the perfect example. You're not required to do early marriage as a Muslim, but you are required to allow it.
Yes, you are not required to do it. You are absolutely, you're not even required to like it, but you are required to say that it is permissible. You cannot say it should not be allowed, or you have committed disbelief.
So,
but that's fine, because guess what? Muhammad was a false prophet.
Yes.
Commit disbelief, leave Islam, and go to the truth.
So, Hadar, congratulations. You're a better human being than Muhammad. Stop following him.
Yes.
Simple solution.
And I'm sure that there are 100 other things in Muhammad's perfect example that you would find repulsive, because a lot of Muslims are better than their prophet. They're better than what their religion tells them to do. They're better than what it tells them to be. I want you to read the Islamic sources and discover for yourself. They're fabricated. They're ridiculous. And yes, early marriages do lead to death in childbirth. It leads to dead babies. They injured little girls. It made them unable to bear future children. Yes. In fact, the only example of a very early birth in all of English royal history happened in the middle of a war. The different sides were desperate to produce a supposed legitimate heir. And so a girl who was not yet 13 got married off. They started having intercourse as soon as possible because they were desperate to win the war and not die. They needed a baby to present as, here's the heir, managed to have a son, never had another child. And they said it was because she was so damaged by the birth that nearly killed her at 13.
So Hadar, again, I like you. You're a good person. You're better than Muhammad. Stop following Muhammad's example. Look into the sources. Look at all the things Muhammad did. I'm sure you'll, if you're honest and stop trying to pretend that these things don't matter or didn't happen, you'll see that Muhammad is the most obvious false prophet in history because he's a very immoral individual. And then you'll be freed from the nonsense he taught. All right. Let me take one super chat before we move on from Joshua Wooden.
Here's the sad news. We are running out of funds. All our work is going to stop unless people like you watching this video will help us. Your donations can get you a share in a reward and reap those rewards for years to come, inshallah. This is not a donation or a charity, but an investment for your hereafter.
So Joshua says, I do a Bible study at a nursing home every Sunday. I couldn't find a YouTube short with you so far for March 30th for Women's History Month theme. I had to replace you.
Well, I did a very long stream with your brother in Christ. Check out your brother in Christ Women's History stream where I talked about women in Islam and the development of the treatment of women in Islam and the things that Muhammad taught. Hey, I didn't even talk about female genital mutilation in that one, and it still went on for 3 hours.
Well, if it's a Bible study, he might be looking for something talking about the positive history of women in Christianity.
Christianity.
Not against Islam.
Not Islam. That would be true.
Absolutely. We've definitely done multiple streams on the treatment of women in Islam and contrasted that with Christianity. Yep. But those are, long streams, not long in easy short form. So I will take this as homework here, and I will make sure to do a video. It won't be in time for the end of Women's History Month, sadly, but I'll make sure to do a video on some of the great women leaders in Christian history.
Okay, so my question is, we're trying to figure out what Danae King's standards are. Does she have standards that she applies to things that consist of, that are consistent and ethical standards? So does her coverage perpetuate harmful misinformation about a religious minority? Now, it's true. There was sex abuse in among the Columbus bishopric, and that's terrible. And in fact, I guarantee that I want those priests punished much more severely than she would ever punish them. I guarantee that. Because she probably is not pro-death penalty, but I would absolutely give the death penalty for sexual abuse done by a religious figure, done by a doctor, done by a teacher, done by a psychologist or psychiatrist. Those four, you're done. So I guarantee that not only am I against it, but what I would sentence them to is much harsher than she would. But we are talking about her standards and her idea of what is harmful and what is not, because everything that we do on this channel is fact-based. But she considers, she has produced a column in which she got quotes to say that you are hateful and Islamophobic. So maybe it's because
to be fair, it is a fact that those people said those words.
Yes, it is a fact that people said those words. However, she chose whom to quote. She chose her sources. So, does her coverage perpetuate harmful misinformation about a religious minority? Catholics are a religious minority. Not only that, but again, they are Catholics as a whole are ethnic minorities. If you assume that white people are the majority.
Well, and not only that, Mary, the discrimination laws in the United States are set up the way they were precisely because, among other things, there was a large amount of historical discrimination against Catholics in the United States.
Yep. So is she perpetuating anti-Catholic hatred that has had a history in the United States? The largest lynching of people in the United States was of Italians in New Orleans, the largest single lynching. So, is she perpetuating anti-Catholic hate? Let's find out. So, it is a myth that sexual abuse is more common among Catholic priests than among other men. So, in the time period in which sexual abuse was common, about 4% of Catholic clerics had credible or substantiated accusations of child abuse of minors. However, a Department of Education study found that 6% of public school teachers had credible or substantiated sexual abuse of minor children under their charge. So we are comparing 4% to 6%. So in reality, there is a greater danger sending your children to public schools than having your child in contact with Catholic priests. Would you get this impression from her coverage? Or is she perpetuating harmful misinformation while reporting on actual facts, actual things that happened? Is she trying to perpetuate the idea that this is a worse problem for that this is a Catholic problem, essentially, that this is a that Catholic priests are abusers? Is she trying to brand them in that way? Well, I mean, look at the way
And
she brands it herself. She says that she dug deep into the scandal of priest sexual abuse of minors in the Roman Catholic diocese.
mhm. And I want to be fair here, right? That this kind of abuse happens in Protestant churches as well. It's not a specifically Catholic problem. There were some specific issues related to discipline in the Catholic Church around the sexual abuse scandal, which have since been corrected. But the media, including Danae, they seem to only ever talk about how Catholic priests abuse children. They never talk about Protestants abusing children. They never talk about teachers abusing children or doctors or family members or anyone else who abuses children. It's just a Catholic priest exclusive problem, which to me sounds a lot like bigotry. That you
And
take one
notice,
specific group
yep.
and say they only are the problem.
Now, would Danae King's coverage allow you to come to the correct conclusion that Catholic clerical sexual abuse is now currently uncommon?
No.
So, the number of new cases in the United States averaged about a dozen a year right after the new norms were articulated. During the past 5 years, it went down to about one new case per year. The church has gone from averaging about 660 new cases of abuse per year in the 1970s, which again is still lower than what teachers were doing in the 1970s, to about one new case per year since 2014. If you realize that the well-known Pennsylvania grand jury report on clerical abuse in the state during the past 70 years found only 2 cases from the 21st century, both already known and managed. So, why does Danae King publish articles likely to lead to false beliefs about Catholic clergy? Because it would be a false belief if you read her reports to come away from that saying, not that these people were guilty. That's not false. Absolutely true. They were guilty. And again, I'm sure I would punish them much more harshly than she would. But would the average reader come away with false beliefs? Is she perpetuating harmful misinformation? Interesting question to consider. Now let's compare that to what would be true information or misinformation.
Hold on a second, Mary.
Mhm.
So Old Catholic says that's because the Catholic clergy is viewed as an institution. In contrast, Protestant pastors are seen as individuals. And that may indeed be part of it, right? Because each Protestant church to some degree is independent, although there are hierarchical organizations in Protestantism as well. But I would suggest that actually the main reason that this particular sexual abuse scandal became such a big story, drew so much attention, is one, people's hatred of religion, and two, historical hatred against Catholics in the Western world.
I think that there was a particular problem stemming from
There was
particular
absolutely a particular
seminaries.
problem, right?
From particular seminaries caused a particular problem, and that perpetuated through portions of the Catholic
Yeah.
Church at that time. But
Yes.
yeah, a lot of
To
it
be
is
to be
just
clear, Mary, I am
anti-Catholic.
absolutely
I'm not
not saying
Catholic.
there wasn't
Not
a
a Catholic,
problem.
guys.
Right. Absolutely not saying there wasn't a problem. That's not what I'm
No.
saying at all.
But
I'm
yeah,
saying that the reason it drew so much attention
yeah,
was because of people's hatred against religion in general, or Christianity in general, and because of historical criticism or hatred against Catholicism. I do think there was some particular problems
yeah.
in certain dioceses, right? There was definitely some actual cover up. There was definitely some attempt to pretend like nothing had happened. All that's true, but that's probably also true when, say, a teacher gets caught or gets accused, not caught, gets accused of abusing a child. There's often a cover up in that school district, right? There's often a cover up.
Oh, and sometimes they'll just go to other schools, especially in the past. They would disappear from the school overnight, but then be at some other school very shortly after. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
And that's not an international big news story because, well, I mean,
I mean, we're
there's
not going to
bad
attack
people.
public education for heaven's sakes.
Yeah.
So it's never a problem of public education. Ever. It's never a problem of the structures of public education that allow for this to happen. And seemingly increasingly common actually these days, not with very young children, but between adolescents and teachers, seems to be more common than it's ever been. But that is, I don't know whether or not that's perception or reality, but it is almost certainly reality between female teachers and male students. But again, it's not seen as a systemic problem in public education. Public education is good. It's wonderful. It's universal education. It's universal secular education, which is here to make you into good citizens and good workers. So now let's compare this to rapes committed by immigrants to Sweden. Remember, in reality, rape is terrible. Rape is evil. In reality, sexual abuse was less common among having priest perpetrators than having school teacher perpetrators, controlling for the numbers of people. The percentages were lower. Now, let's see if this is the same type of true but misinformation. So you're reporting on it, but it's misinformation because it's giving the wrong impression. In reality, yes, foreigners rape, immigrants rape, but also other people rape too, and you're cherry picking. Nearly 2/3 of convicted rapists in Sweden are migrants or second-generation immigrants. And this is Swedish, not Norwegian data at the bottom. According to Statistics Norway, approximately 20% of total people were born abroad, 8% are foreign citizens. So this is about Sweden, even though Statistics Norway is collecting it for some reason. But what these two numbers mean is that foreign-born men as a group are 2.9 times more likely to be rapists than even including second generation, because I just lumped together second generation and native Swedes together. And that even includes the proportions of immigrants from non-rapey backgrounds like Finns and so on, who do not rape at any higher rate than the native Swedes. So the actual number is even more skewed. So the Muslim levels of rape, they are real, they are high. They massively change the character and safety of the places that have many people from Syria, from Palestine, from, for heaven's sakes, Albania, because the Albanians can't stop blowing things up in Sweden. Like, exploding is bad. I know this is like really terrible thing to say, but bringing in people who blow up your city is bad. And Albanians blow up cities at very high rates.
Next news article, Mary Harb, racist against Albanians.
Yeah, there you go. Albanians are Europeans.
And just to be clear, right? A very high rate means, I don't know, 5% or something. That means 95% don't. But 5% is way higher than 0.01% or whatever, right?
Yeah, it's
So-
not even 5%, but even
Yeah,
1% is
probably 1%.
crazily high. Like 1% of people blowing things up would be insane. It would destroy your society. So, and this is just here. This is not even the Muslim rape gangs that exist and are active still in Britain. It's even used specifically as a tool of terror. It has been used in Germany, where groups of men have gone out specifically to rape German women to terrorize them out of religious fervor. It is based on Islamic teachings about how to treat people in the Dar al-Harb. So, I'm Mary Harb, right? I'm Harb. It's a German name, but it's also an Arabic name, right? This is how people are treated in the house of war.
Mhm.
If you're in a non-Muslim majority country,
right. There are
it is
many
your job
authentic-
to wage war against them. If you are a Muslim, that is what Islam teaches. I know that some Muslims don't. Many Muslims don't. But those who believe the teachings that they're supposed to believe do. So
there are many authentic hadith where Muhammad's companions have some questions for him, right? They've captured a bunch of women and men in battle, and the men are still alive. The women are married to them, and they go to Muhammad and they say, "Are these women allowed? Can we have sex with these women?" And he says, "Yeah, no problem."
why? Because they're taken in battle. If you
And
are in
then-
the house of war, the women there are taken in battle.
Mhm. And then they ask another question. They say, "Muhammad, we're very concerned that we might accidentally get these women pregnant, and then their value on the slave market will be reduced." And Muhammad answers, "You should stop raping them." No, sorry, that's not what he answered. He said, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If Allah wants them to get pregnant, they're going to get pregnant no matter what you do. And if Allah doesn't want them to get pregnant, they're not going to get pregnant no matter what you do. So don't worry about them. Do whatever you want with them. Have some fun." That is Muhammad's answer.
And so again, I'm quite confident that Danae King would call reporting on this harmful. So that would mean that she would take the position of campaigning for the continuation of Muslim rape, because she believes clearly that you need to shine a light on clerical abuse. That's how you stop it.
Mhm.
But if this is something you shouldn't shine a light on, then that means that this is something that you endorse.
So, Mary, I mean, you got to look at the other side of the story here, right? Because if you sign abuse on people, actual abuse that's really happening, and the people doing the abuse happen to be a racial, ethnic, religious minority, whatever, that's going to cause other people to say nasty things about that religion or about
Again,
that ethnic group.
Catholics
And
are a
therefore, you
minority.
shouldn't say anything about it. You should just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, but Catholics are a minority. So maybe she is just anti-Catholic and Christophobic. Because Catholics are a minority, and most Catholics in the world are not white, because she apparently does not believe that it matters that white people are victimized unless it's being done by a Catholic priest, then it matters.
Mhm.
Now, I could have gotten entirely the wrong impression. That is possible. But from her reporting, this would be my conclusion, that she cares about the victims of the Catholic priests because the Catholic priests were the ones doing the victimizing, and that she does not care about the victims of the Muslims because Muslims are the ones who are victimizing. That would be my conclusion. Now, I cannot read her mind. I could be mistaken, and I'm sure she can clarify to me what her opinion actually is in regards to these two things. How do they differ?
And a good
So-
time to reiterate what I said at the start. Danae King, if you watch this, you are welcome to come on my show and give your side, your answer to all these questions. Mary can be there or she cannot be there. I can be there or I cannot be there. Your choice, right? Either it could be Mary and I, it could be just me, or it could be just Mary asking you these questions, and you can give your response and get your answer out there. So I'm fair. I want to give you the opportunity to defend yourself, give you the opportunity to do something that you kind of a little bit allowed me to do, but not really, because you did take my response or my explanation to the comments you asked me about. But then you left the statement at the top of the article that Thaddeus Billman calls Muslim crackhead
Oh,
clowns,
but here's the
which I
thing.
didn't
She
do.
only
And then
excerpted part of your statement that she clipped to make you look bad. She took
and then
out that it was Ali Dawa who said that in the context. She removed that. She removed the context.
Someone said it, right, Mary?
Someone
That's what she
said it.
put. She said
That's what she put. She took
she
out
said
the
Thaddeus
context.
Billman laughed
So
about this
yeah.
and said that he found it very funny because someone else had said it first.
Yes, she did not say what you actually said. That a Muslim said that, and
Well,
in
she did
reference
say it was a
to
Muslim. She said a Muslim person. That's all we could say about Ali Dawah, right? Is
no,
he's a
did not
Muslim
say that
person.
he was a leader, that he is a chief voice for Islam in uh in the UK, which he is. He's one of the
Mhm.
most influential voices. She did not say that. But so no, she had no intention of ever changing it. She clipped you in the most damaging way possible.
I mean,
So
I appreciate that at least my words were in there some, but you know, you got the lead of the article, which states categorically that I call
mhm.
Muslims crackhead clown individuals, which I never did. And then all the way towards the last paragraph, you have the crackhead clown individual
Mhm.
section, in which says
Yeah.
that it occurs in this video at this
I mean,
timestamp.
it's not
And when
even
asked about it, Thaddeus laughed at it and said that
yeah.
it was a joke, basically.
Yeah, and again, she did that to distort what you said. That's why I said
Yeah, I
don't
explained
talk
who
to her
Ali
because
Dawah.
she's going
Now
to
I don't
be
know if she knows who
dishonest.
Ali Dawah is or not, but I explained. I said a popular
Yeah, but she
instigator.
is not going to report on that. She will not report on it. She will not report in what context she said it because this is where she stands. She wants to shine a light on certain things to keep them from happening, and she wants to hide other things. Why does she want to hide other things? If shining a light is how you keep things from happening, what does it
Mhm.
mean when you want to keep the light off? Dana King or Danae King. I guess the fact that her mother decided to name her after a rape victim has gotten her mind boggled for her entire life. She's just waiting for Zeus to come and shower gold on her, I guess. My goodness. So,
So important comment here from Electronic Hype. I'm ex-Muslim, but I constantly get fear in my heart of Islam, fearing that it may be right. And that's a real thing, right? That's a real thing that happens. You grow up in a particular belief system, or not just religious, any kind of belief system, and then you come to a logical, rational conclusion that it's wrong, but then you have emotional ties to that thing, and you have anxiety about that, cognitive dissonance about that. And then with Islam, you have the additional social pressure, you have
so
the legal pressure,
yeah.
depending on where you live, the legal pressure. You have all kinds of things tried to pull you back into Islam. So
I
feeling that way
look
is
at his
not
next question,
surprising.
though. I think that a lot of things you've carried over from Islam. I know how did Muhammad know so much about Christianity? Who did Muhammad believe what did Muhammad believe that the Trinity consisted of? According to the Quran, what
Mhm.
is the Trinity? It is a God man Allah, his wife, a human being Mary, who is a goddess somehow, and then they had intercourse and formed a baby Jesus.
Mhm.
And that Muhammad and the Quran teach that this is what Christians believe in. Does not know that Christians believe in one God in three persons. He has no idea of this. And this is the most fundamental Christian belief. He has
Mhm.
picked up words and little snatches of things from Christianity, but the very fundamentals he gets massively wrong. Now, your question is, how did he know these words? How did he know that Jesus was called this? How did he know that? Well, the pagans tell you how. That, believe it or not, the Muslims record what the pagans were saying about Muhammad. They said Muhammad keeps sitting around all of these slaves who were captured as children from Christian backgrounds and from Jewish backgrounds who were taken at 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. And now they're adults. They don't remember their Christianity that well. And they're saying he's just repeating what they tell him. And we have examples of that. For example, Muhammad, there in the Olivet discourse, Muhammad heard some sort of probably a hymn that references the Olivet discourse and little pieces, phrases from it, but doesn't give the full context. So you don't know what the signs of the last day are in full, and he had to fill it in. Two things that the Olivet discourse have. One thing is that it talks about woe in those days for pregnant women. It will be very hard on them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Muhammad, the word women is not actually there in the text, but in context, it's very clear that pregnant women are going to be very, have a very hard time because they'll have to run away and escape while still pregnant, and it will be difficult for them. Muhammad was like, the pregnant ones, what pregnant ones do people care about? Oh, camels. So in Muhammad's version, in the Quran, there is a sign of pregnant she-camels that are neglected and forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
And again, another one is that the phrase, as it was in the days of Noah, must have been in this little bit of hymn that Muhammad knew. And in the biblical text, it says what happens in the days of Noah. It means one will be taken in death, taken away, swept away, destroyed, and one left behind. And there are various scenarios that are given. 2 women at a mill, one will be taken, one will be left. 2 people in a field, one will be taken, one will be left. Those are the examples that are given. Muhammad heard in the days of Noah, did not have the context, and so he went, I know what's going to happen. The souls are going to be paired. The animals will line up 2 by 2. And that became a major Islamic point of theology, that everything in the world is in pairs of male, female, and that is a sign for you. A sign for you that Allah is God because he alone is single and he has created everything in pairs. Don't know why this is a sign, but it is according to Islam. And furthermore, Muhammad said all living things are that way, including all the plants. So Muhammad was a person, his Allah, his Quran, doesn't know that there's no such thing as boy wheat and girl wheat that mate, and then the girl wheat has a baby wheat and the boy wheat just provides a seed. He thinks that there's a boy fig tree and a girl fig tree and that they are different trees. Every plant comes in male-female pairs, just like every animal should come in male-female pairs according to him. That's the kind of thing. I've done many streams on related topics, and we do need to get back. But
electronic hype. Feel free to email me. My email address is listed in the video description, and I'd be happy to talk with you privately about this. But I would just say, Mary gave some examples, but just take any story, right? Any figure from the Bible that's also in the Quran, Noah or Joseph or David or
the
Jesus.
Quran doesn't know the names of any woman except for Mary.
Just go read the biblical story, right? See how much information is contained in there, sometimes pages and pages of information, and then read the parallel passage in the Quran, and it'll be a couple sentences. And it's pretty obvious how Muhammad or whoever wrote that could know this. They heard someone talking about this figure and repeated the information later on. And in fact, this is what secular scholars say happened, right? Yep. They're generous enough to say that Muhammad wasn't intentionally doing this as a fraud, although that's also a possibility. But they'll say he probably remembered stories that he heard during his childhood and mistook them for revelation. That's what a secular scholar will tell you happened, and that's how we got the Quran. And then as far as your last part, why would he bother making a new religion with lots of rules? Well, that's what every person who creates a false religion does. Look at any religion created in the last, say, 200 years, right? So where you have a very strong documented origin story of the religion, and you'll see that the founder was obsessed with making lots of rules for his followers. Why would people do that? It's about control. It's about power.
Yep. It is, because if you leave everyone in doubt that they've just messed up, they need you to tell them how they can be saved out of what they've done. So my next question, we're going back to the man that she quoted. Does Danae King cheer the October 7th attacks? Because according to Capital Research Center, which called the man let me get that wording exactly. I wouldn't want to misquote. That would be irresponsible. A pro-terror extremist. So this is the article about pro-terror extremists. The Abandon Harris campaign is led by Islamist extremists who support Hamas and is organized by the Civil Rights Alliance for America. And it's endorsed Stein. They're not saying that Stein is like in any way responsible for this, just so you know. There are other things saying that, you know, Stein is not saying that that she's pro this, but it's just talking about everyone who is in an extremist, hateful group that endorses various people for various reasons. Okay.
Just to clarify, Mary, this is Jill Stein, the presidential candidate.
Yes. So they've endorsed Jill Stein, and later they went full on for Kamala.
The Abandoned Harris campaign endorsed Kamala Harris. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, this was back when Biden was still, so it's the Abandoned Biden campaign. They do not like, it's the Abandoned Harris. Goodness,
yeah.
No. So it was the Abandoned Biden campaign. I thought that they went for Harris. I think they briefly went for Harris, and then it became the Abandoned Harris campaign, I think.
Gotcha.
There was like this, I ran into it earlier when it was still Abandoned Biden, and I looked it up as that, and then it became Abandoned Harris, apparently. Seamlessly transitioned. So anyway, Hassan Abdel Salam says he was detained and tortured, et cetera, et cetera. Its co-founder is here, and then wait. Its co-founder is what? It's also the executive director of the State's Council on American Islamic Relations, CAIR chapter. So Islamist extremists who support Hamas has a CAIR chapter executive director. According to this report, CAIR's national executive director cheered the October 7th attacks, and the group has a history of links to Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood. Here's our buddy, another co-founder, and its former Michigan co-chair, Khalid Turani, was chosen as the executive director of CAIR's Ohio chapters, Columbus and Cincinnati subsections. He expressed joy over the October 7th attacks with a honorific graphic, praised Hamas's holding of an Israeli brigadier general as a hostage, and glorified the terrorist group spokesman, Ghassan Kanafani. So let's look at the other one. So my question is, does Danae King agree with Turani's associate that the LGBT people should incur the death penalty? Is that why she tacitly supports Hamas by framing opposition to Hamas as anti-Muslim? Because she was talking about the pro-Hamas riots and protests, some of which were riots, some of which are protests, but that these protests being against them as being anti-Muslim sentiments, all this anti-Muslim stuff, not supporting Hamas and Palestine.
So I do want to stop you very briefly, just to be fair here. So what you're saying is that Hamas supports the death penalty.
Oh, no. Clearly, an Abandoned Harris official ambassador, another of the official ambassadors of Abandoned Harris. So the co-founder, Khalid Turani, her source, one of the official ambassadors of his group, which he founded, has engaged in hate speech, very popular against the LGBT community.
So his group said they endorsed the death penalty? Is that what you're saying?
His group is formed because they are pro-Hamas. They chose an ambassador who supports Hamas because religious communities have largely collapsed at the altar of homosexuality and are quickly proving incapable of resisting transgenderism too. And he explains that part of his respect for Hamas is because it supports the death penalty for people who are not straight.
Okay, thank you. So
the co-founder, we had to get
explicit statement, right? We're not just relying on what Hamas says. It's his explicit statement
that why he supports Hamas,
that gay and transgendered people deserve the death penalty.
Yes. So Turani, Danae King's source, was a co-founder of a group that chose ambassadors, official ambassadors, one of
Yeah,
whom said that the reason that I support Hamas and I'm part of this group because I support Hamas is because Hamas supports the death penalty for people who are not straight.
yes. So these are people who are officially, not
They have
licensed,
a
I can't think of a
position.
better term.
They're ambassadors.
People who are
of this-
officially
Mhm.
appointed to give statements on behalf of the organization, right? This isn't this
Yep.
guy's personal view that he gave in some other context. He's saying this on behalf of the organization, right?
I don't know in what context he says this, but the reason he supports Hamas, according to himself, is because it supports the death penalty.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
And
Now,
he is
I do
chosen
want to
as an
point out,
ambassador who has this public opinion.
because I'm not anti-Muslim, that the death penalty for gay people was not instigated by Muhammad. That was actually instigated by one of the
Umar.
rightly guided caliphs after the death of Muhammad. So I want to be completely fair here. This teaching does not go back to Muhammad, but has been a part of historical Islam.
Now, Umar and Ali both killed any person that they found to be gay. So Umar and Ali, two of the rightly guided caliphs, both did this, and they said that their reasoning for doing this is that it is what Muhammad would have wanted. Now, there is no example of Muhammad having done this, but keep in mind that a lot of Islamic law does come from things that the caliphs have done. For example, the fact that you cannot sell back into slavery slave women with whom you have fathered children is another thing that Umar instituted. That was not Muhammad. In Muhammad's day, they would have sex with a woman, she'd have a baby, and then just sell her on and sell her baby with him separately, whatever, it didn't matter. But Umar went around and went, ooh, it's kind of gross selling the women that you've had intercourse with and had babies with. So now I'm instituting this. So some of these things are from Umar. So,
and Una says Muhammad had a male lover canonically, which is not entirely true, but there are certainly hints of that possibility in the Islamic text that Muhammad seemed to be interested in anything which he could put his penis inside. Didn't matter if it was male, female, animal, whatever. He was interested in putting it in, according to the sources. But not exactly the same as modern homosexual identity, certainly.
Oh, and by the way, we are apparently in the business of saying that those that you associate with, really matter. So there are also pro-Hamas white nationalists who are voting for Stein in the West. The most prominent example is a former Knights of the Ku Klux Klan Grand Wizard and Louisiana House of Representatives member from 1989 to 92, David Duke. So there we go. They're on the same side.
I mean, I would say that that's not fair to say just because someone associated with you is bad. Hold on, Mary. Let me finish my thought. I would say that that's not, problematic in and of itself. But the standard of Danae King is that because I interviewed Robert Spencer, that
you agree with everything he says.
An article written about it. So I would say it's fair game by her standards. My standards would be I judge you based on your own statements and your own actions, not just merely because you know someone else, but that is her standard. So we'll have to go with it.
So again, this was published by the Capital Research Center, who examines how foundations, charities, and other nonprofits spend money and get involved in politics and advocacy, often in ways that the donors never intended and would find abhorrent. Today, we study unions, environmentalist groups, and a wide variety of nonprofit and activist organizations. We also keep an eye on crony capitalists, et cetera, et cetera. We're not afraid to take on anyone in the Washington establishment, Republican, Democrat, or anyone else. Now, let's look at what he posted on October the 7th. This was his post. He said, I can say with authority, good morning. Sabah al-Khair. Sorry, al-Khair. I cannot say good. Khair. It's very hard for me. So Sabah means morning. Al-Khair means goodness. goodness. So it's good morning, not just as a greeting. It actually, literally means it's a good morning. So he's saying, I can say with authority, good morning. And this is a picture of a wave of Muslims, specifically Hamas, coming to Al-Aqsa Mosque to sweep away anything else. Now, you might think that, he's just aiding them. That's all this means. No. The words good morning are themselves an anti-Semitic statement. Islamic folk stories claim that Jews were the first to say good morning. And the first time they said good morning was on the morning that Muhammad died. But the Muslims had actually slaughtered every Jew in Medina where Muhammad had died by the time he actually died. So this is an anti-Semitic slur. So what they do is they say, anytime a Jew says good morning, they're secretly saying, it was wonderful whenever Muhammad died. It was wonderful whenever Muhammad died. So this is an anti-Semitic slur, claiming that that Jews just saying good morning to one another is a dog whistle against Islam, talking about the death of Muhammad. Even though there were no Jews in Medina at that time who were not female slaves or formerly children slaves, because they had killed every single adult man. So based on this story, what he means is not just that the murder of many Jews on October 7th made that morning a good morning, but also I am expressing back to the families of the Jews that my allies have killed the same hatred that Jews expressed when my prophet died. You have to unpack what this really means.
Just to be clear, Mary, this isn't like a phrase that he posted every morning, right? This isn't something that he posted all the time. He posted it specifically on this day and no other day, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Just want to be clear about that.
Because Muslims will say good morning, but they'll be told, don't say good morning. You shouldn't say that because it's really what the Jews said, and it's this secret message that they're happy that Muhammad died. Like, this is a story that they tell their children. It's totally untrue, completely untrue. That's a story that they tell their children. I'm going to let you take over for a moment because the dog is absolutely desperate to go out.
Yep. No worries. Got a couple super chats here. Third super chat from Joshua Wooden.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards in your grave. You will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
Thank you for not waiting until you died before donating. When you donate to Reasoned Answers, that benefit is going to be with you even when you're in your grave, being tortured in your grave like Muhammad declared you would, after he declared you wouldn't, because he heard from Jewish people that there was such a thing as torture in the grave. Apparently, Jewish people being Allah in this case. But some of that torture will be relieved when you donate now. Or something. Joshua Wooden says, this whole thing is a disgrace to all involved, except to you, Thaddeus, as the victim. This feature in the West of ignorance and stupidity helps Islam. Thank you very much for that donation there. I mean, in some sense, I'm a victim, but I am not playing the victim card here, right? I'm not sitting around saying, woe is me, please donate and help me out. What I'm saying is we need to fight this evil. We need to stand up and fight back, right? I am not going to be a dhimmi, right? A victim is a dhimmi, or a dhimmi is a victim. I'm not a dhimmi. I'm not a victim. I'm fighting against this evil, just as I was before this happened to me. And I appreciate your financial support in that.
Oh, and by the way, they called this the Operation Flood. So this is a direct reference to the attack on October 7th. It was called Operation Flood by Hamas.
Yeah, so he posted this image as well, right? So
yes. This is the image.
I could say with authority, good morning, and post this image, which kind of removes any ambiguity that might have been.
Correct. So, and then he's chortling over one of the hostages, the Brigadier General. You guys can go back and look at that. Here, he is praising a violent religious leader, an immigrant to Palestine, who formed the Black Hand. So the founder of the Black Hand terrorist group And here is how he's talking about it. He's notice that his authorism represents the religious nationalist factor. So he is associating this positively, how wonderful that this man is. And guess what? That he is religious, which Azhar represented at the beginning of the century. So, you know, how wonderful Al-Azhar University in Egypt was at turning out people who will help people who will be militant and wage jihad. Now, my question is, why do Danae
Real
King and the Columbus?
quickly,
Yep.
Mary. Old Catholic said that image is haram, either this of this guy or the cartoon. And it is interesting that the supposed doctrine is that you can't make an image of a being with a
With the
soul,
head.
and yet
No heads.
images
Yep.
of anything other than Muhammad seem to be fine to
Yep.
Muslims.
You got a head here. He's cool with the head there. And photographs, like everybody's a weenie about photographs. I think that only the Taliban is like not a weenie about photographs. But yeah. So my question is, why do Danae King and the Columbus Dispatch rely on the expert opinions of a pro-jihadi? This man was a jihadi, a foundational jihadi, the founder of the Black Hand. Mm-hmm. So his preaching was instrumental in laying the foundations for the formation of the Black Hand, which he used to proclaim jihad and attack Jewish settlers. These expert opinions of this man here, Khalid Turani.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
this is what he approves of.
He is the one.
He justifies violence, not just any violence, on religious grounds. On religious grounds. The purpose, the reason why there is violence is because they are Muslim. They should fight and kill and massacre. Okay?
So just to be clear, for the context here, Danae King quoted several people, but this particular individual is one of the people she quoted, and he was the one that had the most harsh things to say about me, and was given so there was a first article that quoted a couple of people, and then a second article was written with just his opinion.
Just his
Right?
opinion.
He was the only person quoted in that article, other than like a statement from CSB and a repetition of a couple things said in the first article. He was the authoritative source of that news article, given his own article to express his opinions about how I could not be trusted to be employed, that I should be on the street homeless, basically, was his opinion.
She is platforming him, a pro-terror extremist who says that Islam is why one should have jihad. He is a supporter of his Azharism, the religious nationalist factor. He is a supporter of jihad. He is saying that, yes, this jihadi, yay, awesome, go jihadi. The Qassem, he's so influential that the military wing of the Palestinian National Islamist political organization is called after him. It's named after him. Mm-hmm. They carried out a number of attacks against both soldiers and civilians. Qassem rockets are also named after him. So they named their rockets that they developed after him. And this is whom Turani celebrates. So why does Danae King believe that Khalid Turani has a position to speak on racism and hate? He's an authority on this, according to how she's positioned him. Khalid Turani believes that jihad is part of Islam. Does Danae King agree with him? Khalid Turani believes, misspelled his name that time, in the obliteration of the Israeli state and the Jews in Israel. Does Danae King agree with Khalid Turani? Khalid Turani labels others as racist and hateful, and Danae King quotes him as an authority on the topic.
Yeah. So I just want to emphasize this point again. He's given his own article, right? There's one thing of quoting individuals and getting a variety of sources and sides in a story, And then there's writing an article just to highlight this guy's opinion. It sure seems like she's platforming him. If CSB, my employer, was platforming me by allowing me to work there, then surely she's platforming this guy by allowing him to be the focus of a story in the Columbus Dispatch, calling for my dismissal, calling me unemployable, saying that I should be out on the streets begging because that's the only thing I'm worthy of doing.
And let's keep in mind that this is the voice of Islam according to Danae King's opinion. That this is who you should go to find out about Islam and the Muslim community. That this is who is the fighter against misinformation and hatred and all of these bad things that people want to say about Muslims. This man who says good morning. This man who supports a Syrian who moved to Palestine to form a jihadi group because of religious reasons. So, the relationship between Danae King and CAIR goes back pretty far to at least this man named Roman Iqbal, who is a lawyer and executive director for CAIR Ohio in 2021. He was a Muslim who became alarmed when he became convinced that they were allied, CAIR, with terrorists, that CAIR was allying and abetting terrorism. Why did Iqbal believe this? He believed it because of his work with CAIR. He began working with CAIR. He went, oh my goodness, I believe, is a conviction in my heart that they are working with terrorism. So he came into contact with the nonprofit Investigative Project on Terrorism. He was not paid by them, but he leaked information. Why? Because it is sincerely held reaction to the affiliation of the group to whom he had dedicated his life. And ITP has been a very successful organization in the United States in being able to conceal most of their own sources until they basically deliver up packages against terrorism, preventing various front groups and shutting them down and doing all kinds of things. So because of the ITB, because it reports on their reports on Islamic terrorism, I shouldn't say because I have a typo in there, but anyway, the ITP, it does report on Islamic terrorism. It has been successful in shutting down more than a dozen front groups for terrorists since 2001. Thus, by those who support these terroristic groups, it is smeared as a hate group. You shut down people who give money to those who want to slaughter all the Jews, then you are the hate group. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, so go back real quick here, right? So Roman Iqbal, presumably a Muslim, right?
Oh, he's a Muslim. He was a Muslim.
He's working for CAIR in a very high level position, right? Executive director for CAIR Ohio in 2021.
Yes.
He comes in contact with this group that is just trying to stop terrorism in the United States.
Yes.
And as a result of this, he gets smeared as hateful.
Well, he gets fired because somebody leaked it. He gets fired. So someone in the group, a disgruntled employee of ITP, decides to leak this and got him fired. So,
I mean, you'd think that CAIR Ohio and CAIR in general would want to stop as terrorism that's done in the fake name of Islam, so that Islam doesn't get a bad name.
Well, it's not terrorism. This is not terrorism. How dare you say that it is terrorism to form the Black Hand and to be a jihadi? How dare you say that's terrorism? How dare you say that the Operation Wave is terrorism? How dare you say that the return of all formerly Islamic land to the House of Surrender is terrorism? Because it's right. That's what should happen. They should all be obliterated. They all should be taken out. That's not terrorism. That's justice. So in the 2007 and 2008 Holy Land Foundation trials, prosecution relied on evidence produced by ITP. So it is produced evidence in a very important trial. And which is one of three groups responsible for much of the analysis of exhibits and the links from the Holy Land Foundation to Hamas, the Muslim Brotherhood, and the extended Muslim Brotherhood network. On May 27, 2009, in a federal court in Dallas, District U.S. Judge Jorge Solis sentenced the Holy Land Foundation for relief and development and 5 of its leaders following their convictions by a federal jury in November 2008 on charges of providing material support to Hamas, a designated foreign terrorist organization. As a result of ITP's vast archives on the activities of Hamas Front Group and the United States law enforcement officials, anyway, within the material, they commented that ITP had an instrumental role in prosecuting and convicting the Holy Land Foundation, a trial that resulted in sweeping convictions for all defendants in 2008. That is why it's called a hate group, because
oh my gosh, this is so horrible. He cooperated with a group that got terrorists stopped.
And so Roman Iqbal is an Islamophobe because he cooperated with a group who stopped a group that supported terrorism. So now, my question is,
correct me if I'm wrong, Mary. Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't CAIR constantly saying that they're against this terrorism, that they're against? They say it's not Islamic, right? They say this has nothing to do with Islam, but they say this is just obvious hatred, people defaming Islam. They should want the terrorism stopped, shouldn't they? So why are they firing their executive director for cooperating with an organization that is trying to stop the terrorism?
Yeah. So, and they also tried to smear him with an accusation that he was buying a gun and gun parts were bought with a credit card he had access to, which let's just
wait. So his crime is buying a gun? Is that what you said?
No. So they fired him and then claimed he was never prosecuted for any crime. But CAIR claimed that even though the reason they fired him was because of a leak, that they had become alarmed because gun parts were bought with a credit card that he had access to.
So multiple people could have bought it.
To the CAIR offices.
But I mean, what is the? I fail to see how this is alarming. People are legally allowed to buy guns in the United States.
But no. Someone bought it with CAIR's credit card.
Okay, so it could be financial
he had
fraud.
Access to. Now,
okay, so it could be financial fraud by someone, right? Is what you're suggesting.
By someone who wanted to paint him as the dangerous figure, even though he had been providing material support for ITP through information
right.
from 2008 through 2021 or 2006 to 2021. He had been providing information about CAIR's links to terrorism to provide ammunition to stop various terrorist front groups. But somehow at this moment, when they find out that he is a whistleblower or leaker, they went, oh, a purchase has been made of gun parts sent to CAIR's own office, bought on a credit card that he had access to.
Well, I mean, all we have to do is just go by what Danae King herself says, right? Roman Iqbal of CAIR, Ohio, fired for allegedly leaking information to anti-Muslim group. She herself says he was fired for leaking information, not for buying a gun. So there you go.
But she later puts the gun smear.
But I mean, the headline, headline's there. What you write first is important, right?
Yeah,
so she herself is saying that it's primarily because he leaked information.
But she included that information with no ounce, not the tiniest gram of suspicion that this is a very silly story and transparently ridiculous. Not even the tiniest bit of suspicion. No. There was a gun that was purchased on a credit card that he had access to, parts of a gun, and was shipped to the headquarters. So, maybe he was doing the terroristic stuff and framing them, or maybe he had nefarious plans. that is the insinuation that is in there. How plausible would I find that? Apparently a lot less plausible than Danae King does. So one wonders what her capacity for orderly thought is, her journalistic ability, or her journalistic sincerity, one or the other. Again, it is up to her to say why she would think that these were important details to include to make him seem very sinister.
Yeah, I think that even though the legality here might be financial fraud, I think that the implication is, this guy's dangerous. He's buying guns. We don't know what he's going to do with those guns.
Yes, that is the implication.
Which is completely legal and normal thing.
Well, no, it was bought with CAIR's credit card.
Yeah, I know. Mary. I get it, right? CAIR is alleging that he did something unethical or possibly illegal by using their funds to do it. But the reason it's being reported on is different, right? The reason why CAIR is emphasizing this is different. They're trying to say this is a dangerous individual. They're trying to imply he's a dangerous individual.
Yeah, either he is dangerous or he has set up CAIR all along. So my question would be, notice that they did not say the credit card he had in possession. They said a credit card he had access to.
Yeah, which implies
does Danae King report on how many other people had access to the credit card? Was there ever a police investigation into this purchase to determine who did it and on what device? Seems to not be. Now, if I were an organization and somebody actually was, I don't even know why, but so suddenly buying weapons with the company credit card, I would at least prosecute them for theft and embezzlement.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
This did not happen. So what would the rational person conclude?
I mean, it sounds a little weird. I mean, who buys gun parts, first of all?
Well, again, the two implications could be, he's setting up CAIR to make it look like CAIR does all these nefarious things, but he's really the one doing it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Or he's about to go terroristic and somehow blame CAIR, right?
That's interesting, right? So you got two different ways. Either he doesn't actually want the gun. He's just buying a gun with our credit card to make us look bad. Or he does want the gun because he's a terrorist who wants to kill us.
Yes, kill all the Muslims. He's an anti-Muslim terrorist. Again, what has he been? I think he was working with them 2 years on. So I think it says elsewhere. I'll have to check. But he began working with the organization in 2006. Very quickly, leaked confidential information, and now she is claiming that an anti-terroristic group is inherently anti-Muslim. An interesting framing there.
Yeah, I mean that's her. Well, to be fair, usually the editor writes the headline. Usually the reporter doesn't. But
a known anti-Muslim group. She wrote it.
The headline itself, right? The headline itself is usually written by the editor. If the body of the article also says it,
read the article.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If the body of the article also says it, then she definitely said it. But regardless, someone, right? Potentially her, and there's a co-author. So in fairness, there's a co-author. We don't know who wrote which words, but someone is saying that groups that fight against domestic terrorism in the United States are anti-Muslim.
Yes. So
that to me, that sounds like a very Islamophobic, hateful statement to say that just because a group fights terrorism, that means they're against Muslims.
Yeah,
that's to suggest that all terrorism comes from Muslims.
They're working with a Muslim, but all Muslims are terrorists because that makes them an anti-Muslim group.
Yeah, anyway, I mean, there could be other kinds of terrorism, right? So if a group is fighting against terrorism and you say that they're anti-Muslim, that's what you're saying. That's what you, the person...
Why stuttering?
Is that anyone who...
Why stuttering?
The cat did that. That anyone who fights against terrorism must be against Muslims because only Muslims are terrorists. That's the implication. That's the logical implication of writing those words.
I think it's possible that ITP might be specifically on Islamic terrorism, but it would still be like the group against Catholic sexual clergy abuse, the anti-Catholic group. Like
right. Even if they
anti-Catholic group.
focus only on Islamic terrorism,
Right. How dare
that
you?
is exactly equivalent to saying a
Yes.
group that is against priests specifically abusing children is anti-Catholic. That's logically equivalent.
Yeah. So CAIR's work includes monitoring and combating anti-Muslim groups, such as the ITP. So the Against Terrorism, CAIR works to combat this this is an anti-Muslim group. CAIR is opposed to the Investigative Project on Terrorism, right? So
yeah, I would never make a statement like that, right? I would never say that a group that opposes Islamic terrorists is anti-Muslim, because to me that, or let's take Muslims out of this. I would never say that a group that opposes the Irish Separation Party is anti-Catholic.
Yep,
right?
no.
I wouldn't say that.
I would not say that. I would not say that a group that is for remaining the Northern Ireland remaining in contact with or remaining part of the United Kingdom. I would not say that they are anti-Catholic, or if they are against it, if they're separatists, I would not say they are anti-Protestant, period. Like, I wouldn't even say that. But I certainly wouldn't say that someone who wants to investigate terrorism of whatever group, again, if you want to investigate the terrorism done by the Irish party whose name I can never pronounce, I would not say that you are anti-Catholic to not be pro-terrorism. I don't care how aggressively you are against this group. That's not anti-Catholic. Exactly. You could possibly also be anti-Catholic, but just opposing terrorism done by Catholics is not anti-Catholic. It's just not.
Exactly.
Right. So, and again, because it's an incredible, it's planned and purposeful over the course of years. You have to stay vigilant, ramp up your security measures amidst continued attempts to target and harm Muslim residents. So what would be harmful to Muslim residents if a group committed to exposing front groups in the United States funding terrorism abroad is investigating you? We are even more committed to defending and protecting Ohio Muslims from the anti-Muslim extremists who clearly stop at nothing to try to harm us. So a Muslim who became concerned that
their executive director, not just a Muslim, their executive director,
who is a Muslim, became concerned that they were working with terrorists. He's like, this is not the Islam that I believed in. Again, better than his prophet. Civil rights organizations and movements for justice have been spied on from within for decades. In particular, Muslim organizations have been the target of malicious surveillance attempts due to a continuous rise in Islamophobia over the past 2 decades.
To be clear, all these words are coming from the article.
2021, right? 2 decades from the what? What happened in 2001? 9/11?
Nah, nothing important. Nothing important.
Oh, that's just Islamophobia to say that has to do anything to do with Islam, which is why we need to warn people to be careful, because people will let other people know and cause harm to them if they are funneling money to terrorist groups abroad.
So to be perfectly clear, CAIR Ohio hired this individual, had him work for him a couple years, and now that they fired him, they're saying, Muslim organizations are spied on all the time.
Yes.
They hired him. They approved his work for 2 years or so. And
it was a number of years. But
whatever number of years, right? At least 2 years. You said 2 earlier. I don't know. Yeah. I was just going with what you said.
Well, I said, I think since 2000, it ends up saying. Like, it was a number of years. It was a long
So
time.
he works for
But-
the organization for an extended
Oh,
period
yeah,
of
for
time.
two years. And
Obviously,
then,
people are
yeah.
happy with his work, or he wouldn't continue to work there. And then suddenly, because he becomes concerned about a possible connection to terrorism,
2008.
he
So
was a
that's-
spy planted by some unknown hate group.
So he works there for 2 years, goes, oh my goodness, I can't believe we're doing this, comes into contact with ITP and assists them with information of the activities of CAIR. And who does this article paint as the evil bad guy? Iqbal.
Yeah, obviously.
Iqbal is the evil bad guy.
Iqbal is bad. He was
Shame on Iqbal.
spying on CAIR after they gave him a job as their executive director, the face of their organization. They just had no idea what he believed about anything. He must have been put there by some nefarious organization. Maybe it was like the FBI put him in there or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so he began working out of the Columbus office since 2006, and then since 2008 he began working with ITP, and it showed that that the anti-Muslim group had collaborated with Israeli intelligence in the office of the former Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Now, my question to you is, what possible aid could ITP give to Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel unless CAIR was deeply enmeshed with Hamas?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's two possibilities, I guess, right? One, either they actually did have information on Hamas's activity, and thus he was spying on them in some sense and aiding Israel in some sense by telling the activities of known terrorists, or they didn't have any contact with Hamas and they're just making up nonsense. So which way is it? CAIR, are you lying about Iqbal, or are you connected with Hamas? It's one or the other.
And you also have to protect them against hate groups, which I guess includes Israel, and foreign influence. Now CAIR, there's no evidence here that CAIR is supposed to be an American organization. It's not supposed to be under foreign influence. So what would Benjamin Netanyahu have to do with CAIR? Unless CAIR is effectively the American branch of Hamas. What association would they have with one another? Why would you could come and come into my groups and go, I'm going to report everything to Putin or to Starmer or to Trudeau, and I'd be like, what? That doesn't make any sense because I have no connections to Russia or the UK or Canada, right? Like, okay. If it is problematic that CAIR's activities were reported to Israeli intelligence, that would mean that CAIR's activities were involved with the things that highly interested the Israeli intelligence. But how does Danae King represent this? Foreign influence. What's their foreign influence? What direction is this actually going?
On Columbus Muslim Advocacy Group. That's the headline here, right? Spying on Columbus Muslim Advocacy Group by telling their secret connections to Hamas terrorists.
Yes.
I mean, either they're lying and they're making up nonsense to defame Iqbal, or they're telling the truth and they had connections to Hamas.
Yes. And again, Danae King is on which side? On the side of
CAIR.
Hamas and CAIR. She's like, why are you telling on Hamas, this Hamas connected group, you're causing hatred? So yeah. So
I mean, the headline should be CAIR. Our former executive director told on us for being connected to terrorists, but instead this bad guy was spying on us. The headline should be CAIR admits to connection to Hamas.
Yes. So I think that you have a clip for this one.
Yes. definitely a possibility there.
Well, no, I mean the clowns.
Oh,
Oh yeah, you got to play the
Crackhead clown individuals.
I
Oh,
thought you
yes.
were saying clip this and make it a
No.
independent standalone thing.
Give her the clip. She needs to have the clip there. So on the basis of her hit pieces, one dumb chick judge in the Ohio Supreme Court found this persuasive because apparently her critical thinking skills are not what one would hope from a judge, and did not want to let him resign because he surrendered his law license because he was giving things in violation of what your law license allows you to do.
There is an ethical violation of disclosing client information, right?
And that includes like murderers. You're supposed to protect murderers. Yep. So, if they murdered 50 people, he's supposed to protect them because he's their lawyer. He chose not to for ethical reasons. And so his license was almost certainly going to be revoked because he is a lawyer.
Yes.
Now, one of the chief justices in the Ohio Supreme Court, on the basis of these hit pieces, did not want to allow Iqbal to resign without further discipline actually happening. So she cites these as like, nuts. It's so terrible, the things he did. How dare he?
Why is this even a court case? Mary, why is this even a court case? Who is like, he resigned. We got to sue him so he can't resign.
Well, they want to monetarily punish him. CAIR, of course, wanted to monetarily punish him and not allow him. I know,
but that's total insanity. He already resigned, right?
Yeah. He was surrendering. He was. Yeah, it was his application for retirement or resignation from having a law license in there. CAIR wanted him destroyed. They did not want to allow him to just resign.
So, I mean, it's insane. You already won.
They wanted to destroy him.
They already defamed him. They already got the press to publish articles about him being a spy. And now that's not good enough. You got to take him to court so that he can't be just in the record resigned, that he was forcefully removed, disbarred.
Yep.
Really? That's what's important. That's what they're using donor money for, is to sue people because they resigned from their their status as a lawyer rather than being officially disbarred.
Yep. So, yeah. Now I know. So Danae King later defended her reporting, and she says she stands by it, except for some self-edits that are in these current versions. Now, remember that Danae King, she's an expert of religion. So has Miss King read any books of Sharia? Has Miss King read the Sirat Rasulullah? Has Miss King read any tafsir? Has she read any collections of ahadith? Has she even read the Quran? Because if you have not read these things and you presume to be a reporter on these matters, you would be egregiously neglectful of the basic duties of a position that would be required for covering Islamic matters. So she is called one of CAIR's media enablers. Here we go. Let me go ahead and bring this up. And this is a good time because I want us to look it over here. So this is a Middle East forum. So I want you to know,
Mary, hold on. This is a good time to remind everyone that Mary is not giving her opinion. She is giving the opinion of independent, third-party, nonprofit organizations who focus on this kind of material. They are making these accusations. We are reporting on them, right? Just want to be clear about that, about what's going on here.
So, Middle East Forum, who, all you have to do is say that they are anti-Islamic haters too, I guess. And that'll totally work. Middle East Forum also wrote for the National Review. So, the Council on Islamic American Islamic Relations, CAIR, ostensibly a promoter of peace and understanding, has always sought out media allies willing to repeat its unending tales of victimization and has achieved some success with outlets such as Washington Post and Al Jazeera. But all through the recent imbroglio over I might have said that wrong, over a CAIR employee passing information to the Investigative Project on Terrorism, a think tank that investigates radical Islamic terrorist groups, the Columbus Dispatch has emerged as one of CAIR's most ardent supporters. Its writers have spent the last 4 weeks repeating uncritically, almost gleefully, CAIR's accusations while ignoring CAIR's links to Hamas, the Islamic Association for Palestine, and the Muslim Brotherhood. The Dispatch's
Now, I do have to say that in my experience, that's exactly what happened in that second article. They just repeated word for word CAIR's accusations against me, which according to their own press release are just accusations. They don't actually know the facts of the matter. Thaddeus has been accused of doing stuff. He is subhuman garbage that needs to be fired.
Yep, CAIR called her a tool. So to CAIR, they brought her in and say, look at her. This is how to use the media as a tool. This is the example of using media as a tool. She is a tool. She is a tool of CAIR, according to CAIR. That's what she was brought in as an example of for the interns. Here, interns, look at this chubby white woman. She will be she's very leftist, and she will be your voice for you, and she will be your tool. So
now, Mary, that's not fair. I don't think she's chubby.
Well, I'm chubby and I'm thinner than her. So
I don't think that that's a fair characterization and unnecessary. So I'll stand up for her. She's a perfectly ordinary.
You can stand up for her. But there does seem to be a certain pattern in women who are very devoted to the Islamic, because there are certain preferences. All right, so to be honest in the way we gather, report, and present news with relevancy, persistence, context, thoroughness. The Dispatch's articles are so one-sided that Cliff Smith, director for the Middle East Forum's Washington project, suggests they violate the Gannett Company's ethical code for all its brands. So he believes it is a violation of the ethical code of reporters to be honest in the way we gather, report, and present news with relevancy, persistence, context, thoroughness, balance, and fairness of mind. And no writer at the Dispatch seems more willing to tell CAIR's side of the story than Danae King. Her many articles on CAIR often quote only CAIR members and regularly refer to CAIR as a Muslim civil rights and advocacy organization and a Muslim advocacy group while calling ITP an anti-Muslim group. King's January 12th article features the sentence, "The ITP is based in Washington, D.C. and calls itself a nonprofit research group." This phrase appears elsewhere in her work, for instance, to other places. She claimed in a local interview that she aims to give voice to the voiceless, although CAIR is hardly voiceless. But this courtesy was hardly extended to Stephen Emerson, the founder of ITP, for her December 21st, 2021 piece, where she wrote that her phone call for the comment to ITP on Tuesday evening was not immediately returned. ITP staff made its records available to me to show that King's call came in at 5:15 p.m. Her article was published at 5:33 p.m. The day after CAIR's Facebook meeting, where it announced its letter to the Department of Justice calling for an investigation into Emerson and the ITP, King's article, this time featuring a giant CAIR logo dwarfing the Columbus Dispatch banner, referred to the ITP as an anti-Muslim organization in the first sentence, and in the second repeated nonchalantly that the CAIR charge that Emerson was working with the Israeli government. I reached out to King asking why her articles never mentioned CAIR's well-documented connections to terrorists and terrorist organizations, nor offer any evidence beyond CAIR's own feeble accusation that ITP is an anti-Muslim organization. King eventually responded petulantly that she doesn't take kindly to people questioning my work. Thus, I am not questioning her expertise. Everything she does, she would not take kindly for me saying that she is incompetent. Therefore, everything that she has done is deliberate, according to this statement. She doesn't take kindly to people questioning her work. I should not question that she fully knows the teachings of Islam, that she fully knows CAIR's connections, that she fully knows the standards for what happens to people who are not Muslim and what Muslims are enjoined to do to bring about an Islamic State. She must know all these things because her work should not be questioned. She took particular umbrage at my suggestion that she was simply repeating CAIR's talking point. She informed me the anti-Muslim designation is not based on CAIR at all, but reputable, research-based, unbiased sources. When I pressed for details, she didn't respond to multiple attempts. I'm like 14 minutes.
Just stop right there. If this was public record that some independent watchdog organization had labeled them as such, all she'd have to do is give the name of the organization.
It would take her 2 seconds.
It would take her 2 seconds.
Why did it take her days? Because she had to run back to CAIR and ask them for some source. Now, that is my supposition, but reporters, when they have sources, we should not question her work. She is a good reporter. If she has a source, she would have written it down and she would know what unbiased, reputable, research-based sources would have said this, because she's a competent reporter. So
yeah, you know what? Instead of just saying reputable, research-based, unbiased sources, she could have just given the source to begin with. She could have said, it's not based on CAIR. It's XYZ organization, which is well known for reputable work. That's all she had to say, right? She didn't even have to make a second statement. She could have just put it in her first statement.
Exactly. So, while waiting for King's reply, I went to the February 1st article again and noticed it had been updated. For some reason, the Wayback Machine cannot find the original version of the article, but I had printed out copies of all the Dispatch articles on the CAIR ITP story on February 2nd or earlier, and paper doesn't lie. The article hadn't been updated with new developments. It had been altered. The anti-Muslim organization moniker had been removed from the first sentence, and a new paragraph citing Georgetown University's Bridge Initiative and the Center for American Progress had been added. The Dispatch's IT department is going to have to work its magic on all the rest of Danae King articles if they really want to remove every reference to the ITP as an anti-Muslim group or anti-Muslim hate group, starting with the first one on December 14th. Which we actually looked at first. They'll have to change the title and URL to cover their tracks on that one, which they haven't. But the credibility problem remains because citing Georgetown Bridges Initiative or the Soros-funded Clinton Podesta-run Center for American Progress is effectively the same as citing CAIR, which was my original accusation about King's work. Here's how it works. CAIR runs a project called Monitoring and Combating Islamophobia. The Center for American Progress has an online pseudo-scholarly study entitled Fear Inc. And the Bridge Initiative curates an online catalog of fact sheets which are remarkably similar to CAIR's Islamophobia network. So CAIR quotes Fear Inc., which quotes the Bridges Initiative fact sheets, which quote Fear Inc., which quotes the Islamophobia network. So again, they just are each other's sources. Consider that Fear Inc. calls National Review's Andrew C. McCarthy part of the echo chamber of the Islamophobia network based on CAIR's page on the National Review titled Islamophobic Organizations National Review. And the Bridges Initiative's fact sheet on McCarthy cites both Fear Inc. and CAIR's Islamophobia network. See how this shell game works? So again, they're citing CAIR and CAIR's citing them. That's not how citations work. The Council on Islam, so CAIR puts somebody on, they cite CAIR, and then CAIR adds a citation to them, which is based on their own publication. The Council on American Islamic Relations boasts a headquarters in Washington, D.C., offices in 20 states, hundreds of employees, and a soft spot in the hearts of an untold number of media personalities, newsreaders, and reporters. If Danae King and the Columbus Dispatch were as passionate about facts as journalists should be when it comes to the powerful, they might discover this one. After CAIR tried unsuccessfully to have itself removed from a list of unindicted co-conspirators in 2007 terrorism financing case, Federal Circuit Judge Jorge A. Solis denied the request, ruling that the government has produced ample evidence to establish the association of CAIR, ISNA, and NATE with HLF, the Islamic Association for Palestine, and with Hamas.
Well, I mean, all we have to do is go by their own statement that we saw earlier.
And remember, ITP was one of the groups that gave this information. So this man is one of the sources of the information that indeed CAIR is affiliated with a bunch of terrorist groups and terrorist linked groups. Journalism requires skepticism, not acquiescence. Unfortunately, far too many reporters simply repeat CAIR's accusations as fact. When pushed, they resort to CAIR's enablers, making them further enablers. This is a definition of a vicious cycle. So that's one. And then there is another who pretty much calls her the same thing. Let me.
So Logician Bones says, late to this live, no idea what I missed, but what's on screen right now means that she admits that CAIR is not a reputable source, etc. I mean, maybe, but you could just say it's not unbiased, right? It could be reputable and biased. That's a possibility. Because she said that, I didn't get it from CAIR. I got it from reputable, unbiased third-party research. Or she could be saying that CAIR doesn't do research. I think probably all three are true, but that's just my opinion, just a guess, not based on any hard facts. But I'm guessing that CAIR is not reliable, doesn't do any research, and is highly biased.
So let's look again at another group. The Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting and Analysis has an article, CAIR, the Investigative Project and the Dispatch's Double Standard. And it begins, whenever a Muslim or Islamic organization falls under suspicion, CAIR's national office reflexively casts aspersions on law enforcement. Equally reflexive, CAIR tars as an Islamophobe anyone who questions the organization. Observe then Columbus Dispatch editorial page editor Glenn Scheller back in 2004. Wow. In the interim 15 years, Scheller has moved on, and his former paper has adopted the long-standing CAIR tradition of tarring the organization's critics as anti-Muslim. Thus, in coverage this week in the Ohio's chapter's firing of its executive director for allegedly leaking confidential information to the Investigative Project on Terrorism, the Columbus Dispatch repeatedly states as fact that the research organization is anti-Muslim. Now, I do want to point out, again, anti-terrorist, anti-Muslim. Full disclosure, CAIR has also baselessly smeared Camera as anti-Muslim in a report in which it named 39 nonprofits and the Investigative Project among them as part of an alleged Islamophobia network. Report co-author Zainab Arain, a research and advocacy manager at CAIR, has a long history of praising Islamist movements such as the Muslim Brotherhood and promoting anti-Semitic conspiracy theories such as the modern variation of the long-debunked blood libel that claims Israel kills Palestinians to steal their organs, according to the Daily Wire. Could there be a less disqualified judge of bigotry? So again, let's look at this. It's anti-Muslim. It's anti-Muslim to criticize praising Islamist movements. That's what Muslim is. So if you're against that, that's anti-Muslim, according to CAIR, apparently. And their December 14th article, again, the firing of Roman Iqbal, reporters Danae King and Yulin Chung described the Investigative Project on Terrorism as anti-Muslim 3 times in their article, not counting the headline itself. The pattern reoccurs in the rest of the dispatch's coverage on the case, with Sheridan Hendricks twice calling the ITP's project anti-Muslim, and the label appears 3 times in the December 14th report. The Investigative Project is a longtime critic of CAIR, prompting ire from the Islamist organization. In recent days, for instance, Stephen Emerson's Investigative Project reported that CAIR executive director Nihad Awad called Tel Aviv occupied, denoting that Israel has no right to exist in any borders. Again, is this Danae King's stance? Does she believe that Tel Aviv is occupied and and Israel has no right to exist in any borders. And does Danae King believe that being against this is anti-Muslim?
Mhm. Good
She
question. I'd like to
recounted.
ask her.
So Stephen Emerson also recounted that CAIR San Francisco chapter head Zahra Bilou said of Israel, and I am clear about, I am not going to legitimize a country that I don't believe has a right to exist. Does Danae King believe that Israel has a right to exist? And detailed CAIR's long history of anti-Semitism. Why does Danae King ally herself to the point that she is the featured speaker at their media event with a group that has a long history of anti-Semitism? Emerson recently disclosed Belou's anti-Semitic vitriol. We need to pay attention to the Anti-Defamation League, the Jewish Anti-Defamation League. Belou said, we need to pay attention to the Jewish Federation, the Zionist synagogues, the Hillel chapters on our campuses, those who advocate for a two-state solution, one that leaves Israel intact, are your enemies, she said moments later. There are organizations and infrastructures who are working to harm you. Make no mistake about it. They would sell you down the line if they could, and they very often do behind your back. I mean, Zionist organizations. I mean, the foreign policy organizations who say they're not Zionists but want a two-state solution. Is Danae King in agreement with these leaders of CAIR that there must be no two-state solution and that Israel must be obliterated?
Mhm.
Is that
Yeah, I mean, that's
opposing
very
that
bizarre,
Islamophobia?
right? It's very bizarre that being for a two-state solution makes you Islamophobic and hateful and the enemy and all that, because at least publicly, that's exactly what they've been saying they want for years, right? The all the negotiations that took place in the 90s and 2000s was all about a two-state solution. It was just about where the exact borders would be. That's the only thing that was ever in dispute. But of course, I mean, I know that that's anti-Islamic. It's against
well,
groups like
Hamas
Hamas
itself,
definitely oppose that.
right? Its founding documents deny the possibility of anything but the extermination of all Jews in Israel as political force. Like destroy you know, some of them can hang out as slaves or themmies, right? You can have themmy Jews, but you can't have Jews who are not subjugated. The state
I
must be
know, but
destroyed.
I'm
Almost
just
all the Jews
saying, Mary, I know all that, but I'm saying that the political movement, including those representing Palestine, was for a two-state solution. And now, if you say that you're in favor of a two-state solution, that means you're anti-Muslim, bigoted, hateful.
Yeah, well, again, if she is not an anti-Muslim bigot, according to CAIR, that means that she is against a two-state solution. That is the conclusion that is drawn, right? There's no doubt that the investigative project qualifies an outfit which questions CAIR, as former editorial page Glenn Scheller puts it. So it's no surprise that CAIR tars the investigative project as anti-Muslim. What's remarkable, though, is the dispatch's uncritical application of the bigotry characterization to the investigative project. The paper's wholehearted adoption of the smear and its probing insinuations about the project's funding and associations are particularly striking in light of the reporter's kid gloves treatment of CAIR. The dispatch's article, What is CAIR Ohio and What Does It Do in Columbus? By Monroe Trombley is representative of the paper's differential treatment of the Islamicist organization. On its website, CAIR Ohio, which has an office in Hilliard, says its mission is to enhance the understanding of Islam, encourage dialogue, protect civil liberties, and empower American Muslims and build coalitions that promote justice and mutual understanding. We should look at what definitions of justice are in Islam. That would be important here. CAIR Ohio specializes.
Hold on, Mary. Hold on, Mary. I think that we and CAIR are on the same page. We're both for enhancing the understanding of Islam.
Yeah, but it's bad.
One of us wants to look at what the Islamic texts say, and the other wants to pretend that anyone who looks at the Islamic text is bigoted.
Yep. So
But we're both for the same thing,
Yeah.
enhancing the understanding of
There we
Islam.
go. CAIR Ohio specializes in immigrants' rights and issues and seeks to empower non-citizens by helping them achieve independent security and the opportunity to fully participate in American society, according to its website. This article dedicates 3 more paragraphs to CAIR's self-declared work supporting refugees, fighting discrimination, and combating alleged anti-Muslim media bias. Regarding the latter activity, CAIR provides scholarships for student journalist Raja Abdul Rahim, who, in her University of Florida campus paper, wrote that a fellow student erroneously refers to Hamas and Hezbollah as fundamentalist and terror organizations that have murdered innocent Israeli citizens. So, what is her point? CAIR provided a scholarship for someone who says that Hamas and Hezbollah are not fundamentalist Islamic. They are not terrorists. They are regular, plain, ordinary Muslims. Islam is Hamas. Islam is Hezbollah. That is her point, and they gave her a scholarship.
So,
Mhm.
I have a question for you, Mary. So, if someone is in the United States as a refugee and they're a Muslim, what kind of country do you think they're coming from?
I think that they're coming from an Islamic country, which
So,
is
so they're fleeing an Islamic
Mhm.
country because they
Yes.
don't like the authoritarian leadership of that country.
Well, or they
It,
just
it,
don't like being poor. They
yeah,
want to be rich.
well, that's fair. It could be economic reasons, but I mean, refugee usually implies political, but that's fair.
Well,
They could just
no, they
become.
call them economic refugees now. They call them economic migrants, economic refugees.
Well,
I don't make as
okay,
much
great.
money in my country, so I want to be here. So that's how they use it.
Anyway, they're
Yeah.
fleeing an Islamic country because they don't like that country for one reason or another.
Mhm.
And CARE supports them by trying to make the United States into the country they came from. Correct?
Well, Hamas and Hezbollah are not fundamentalists. They are not terror organizations. They are regular Islam. They are what the Islamic sources teach. This is what CAIR is supporting. Is this what Danae King believes? Does Danae King believe that Hamas and Hezbollah are regular, plain old Islam, not at all fundamentalist, not at all anything other than Islam calls for jihad? They're just regular Muslims, according to her.
Mhm.
And Israeli citizens are not innocent. Why? Because they have not been submitted to Allah. I'm not innocent either. You're not innocent. Danae King is not innocent. Danae King has not submitted. She has not surrendered to Allah. And she doesn't even get to be a dhimmi because I sincerely doubt that she has even the least Christian impulse. So she is not innocent, according to the person that CAIR gave this scholarship to.
So, real quick, I want to take this comment from Snoopy. He says they're not invaders, they're invaders, not refugees. I think that's completely unfair categorization. The vast majority of people who immigrate to the United States are not doing so because they're envisioning themselves as political jihadists. They're doing so because they want a better life for themselves. And I think that that's a perfectly reasonable thing for a human being to do.
However,
So I don't want you, I
yeah.
don't want you to categorize a group of people based on the actions of a few individuals.
However, given the opportunity, if you are a Muslim, you must vote for or agitate for or choose for or elect for an Islamicist government. That is a requirement of being a Muslim. Now, you're not required to like doing it, but in the country that you are in, if you have the choice of voting Islamicist, you must do so. You cannot do otherwise at a very basic Islamic level. So people who do not like living in these places will vote in those things. If the Taliban ran a fair election, there is a very high chance that those who are permitted to vote would win. ISIS would win. The Muslim Brotherhood won. So, oopsie. Because they have a moral obligation. This is what they're supposed to be desiring in the deepest hearts. Now, it's fine to go to another place. You can flee from one place to another for a variety of reasons, but you must desire to have Islamism as the dominant force in the culture if you have that opportunity.
Yes.
And yeah.
So to be clear, right, the Islamic teachings are the problem. And that's what I oppose, right? I oppose those Islamic teachings, but it's not the individuals who are just coming for a better life. They're subject to the Islamic teachings, which creates a problem for other people, but they're not coming here with the intention of being invaders. That is my point here.
Yeah, that is not at the forefront of the minds of hardly anyone. That's not the forefront. Very, very few people. Like, there might be a few people coming over here. I need to get some of this Western money to fund the project back home. You know, there are some people who've been documented to do that, but these people are political agitators who are doing things. They're not here to bring about Islam, but because they are here, what must they do as Muslims? And that is a massive issue. So anyway, Raja Abdul Rahim covered up for her benefactor CAIR, unindicted co-conspirator in a terror money trial. Raja, who published a letter denying Hamas, Hezbollah, and were terror orgs which murdered innocent Israeli citizens, was granted CAIR scholarships, and then one of two. Oh, nope, doesn't have the two on this one. All right. So, and then here's another one. Someone else replying, this New York Times in a nutshell, from a person who told you that some of the happiest people on the earth are actually miserable. Sad Israel comes praise for the person who tells us that terrorists are not terrorists, and who has to scare quote, murdered innocent Israeli civilians. So here's her quote.
Scare quote. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's just a statement of fact. Well, I guess you could.
No. The scare quotes are hers. She writes. He erroneously refers to Hamas as fundamentalists and terrorist organizations who have murdered innocent Israeli civilians. So she's putting on the scare quotes.
I get that, right? What I'm suggesting is that it's ridiculous, right? Because she's implying, oh, they didn't really murder Israelis. They're
not innocent, according to her.
They didn't. Yeah, I mean the innocent they would object to, but they're not really terrorists. They're just good Muslims.
Yeah, that's her argument. In the mold of CAIR protege Abdul Rahim, the Columbus Dispatch entirely conceals that CAIR is an unindicted co-conspirator in the 2009 Holy Land Foundation retrial, the largest terrorism financing case in U.S. history. This wasn't some minor thing. As cameras Sean Durrance has previously detailed. So in an April 28th, 2009 response, then U.S. Senator John Keel to the senator, the FBI wrote, CAIR was named as an unindicted co-conspirator of the Holy Land Foundation for Relief and Development in the United States versus Holy Land Foundation et al. During that trial, evidence was introduced that demonstrated the relationship among CAIR, individual CAIR founders, including its current President Emeritus and Executive Director, and the Palestine Committee. Evidence was also introduced that demonstrated a relationship between the Palestine Committee and Hamas, which was designated as a terrorist organization in 1995. In light of the evidence, the FBI suspended all contacts between CAIR and the FBI. The FBI's decision to suspend formal contacts was not intended to reflect a wholesale judgment of the organization and its entire membership. Nevertheless, the Bureau ordered that until it can resolve whether there continues to be a connection between CAIR or its executives and Hamas, the FBI does not view CAIR as an appropriate liaison partner. As a result, the FBI restricts its field offices' non-investigative interactions with CAIR, according to a September 2013 Department of Justice Inspector General report issued under the Obama administration. So another co-founder of the Texas chapter.
So what you're saying is that Obama is the problem, right? He's the Islamophobe who
must be.
ordered the FBI to take this part. Now, obviously, I'm saying this in jest, but it is worth pointing out that a well-known to be quite liberal, even for a Democrat president, is saying this, right? Is saying that CAIR is a problem. I mean,
the Justice Inspector
he's not personally saying it, but under his administration, because it's a real problem. It's not just, Trump hates Muslims, so he did this, right?
Yep.
This is an actual problem for the FBI, and thus, despite Obama's friendliness with Islam, it still breaks ties.
Yep. And Elashi, who was a co-founder of CAIR's Texas chapter, was one of 5 men sentenced to prison in the Holy Land Foundation case for raising more than $12 million for Hamas. While well-meaning individuals may be active in CAIR at local state levels, the council has no fewer than 5 former lay leaders or staffers who've been arrested, convicted, and or deported for terrorism-related charges. Among them, Randall Voyer, a CAIR employee tasked with outreach and communications, who pled guilty to weapons and explosives charges in 2004. In a later grand jury testimony, he admitted that his terrorist cell's primary goal was to fight with the Taliban against U.S. forces in Afghanistan. A former community relations director, Bassem, I have no idea, it's got to be Hafaji, who was sentenced in September 2003 in the U.S. to 10 months in prison and later deported to Egypt. Oh, he's Egyptian, that's why it's a G. After pleading guilty to 2 counts of bank fraud and 1 count of visa fraud. He'd been charged with funneling money to promote terrorist activities. Rabih Haddad, not sure what that name is, fundraiser for CAIR's Ann Arbor chapter, who was deported to Lebanon after an immigration judge found that he presented a substantial risk to the national security of the United States. The U.S. Treasury Department said he had been a member of Maktab al-Khidamat, a precursor organization to Al-Qaeda. 2004, CAIR Northern Virginia Director Abdurrahman Al-Modi pleaded guilty to terrorism-related financial and conspiracy charges, resulting in a 23-year federal prison sentence. Among other activities, the U.S. DOJ noted that Al-Mawudi helped in recruiting participants for a plot to assassinate the then Saudi crown prince. In 2016, the U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C. ruled that CAIR should be tried for fraud. The case involved hundreds of people who had relied on CAIR for legal aid. Regarding Nihad Awad, Derns elsewhere recounted that the CAIR founder and executive director in 1994 declared himself to be a Hamas supporter at a forum at Florida's Barry University. 1999, at the Islamic Association for Palestine Chicago Convention, AIP is a Hamas-related precursor of CAIR. Awad praised suicide bombers who kill themselves for Islam. So, does Danae King praise suicide bombers who kill themselves for Islam? And does she believe that that is a good thing that CAIR's the CAIR founder and executive director did? The dispatch repeatedly quotes Awad, but is silent about his proclivity for a designated terror organization and his praise for murderers, sentiments which surely tarnishes the paper's carefully cultivated picture of CAIR as a model civil rights organization.
Yeah, that's very interesting, right? So they quote Awad repeatedly. I don't know for sure if Danae King quotes him or not, but someone at the dispatch quotes him repeatedly with no qualifications whatsoever. Yet, when Robert Spencer's name is mentioned, they need to put in there that the Southern Poverty Law Center has called him a vociferous writer. Right? Okay, he writes a lot. Great. Thanks for that very helpful quote there, Columbus Dispatch. And then they need to bring up that Anders Brevers quoted Robert Spencer as if that's somehow relevant to my interview.
Did Anders Brever, or whatever his name is, did he think that Robert Spencer had a good approach or was a person to be emulated?
The irony is that Brevers thought that the Muslims got it right, or that the Islamicists got it right, that the way to get attention is to conduct a terrorist attack. So inspired by their terrorism, he says, we can't speak up. If we try to say something, we're silenced by the media. We're silenced by our politicians. The only way to get attention and get people on our side is to do a terrorist attack. So I guess that's what I have to do as well. And he decided all this before Robert even started publishing publicly, I might add.
Correct. And when he interacted with him, he was in disagreement with him. He was in disagreement with him about how to behave, how to do things. This guy's wrong in his approach to things. So Anders Brever, I always forget his name. Anyway, he had already decided upon his actions before Robert Spencer showed up. But, they're fine. They're fine quoting people who say that suicide bombs are real Islam. The problem is saying that this is wrong. The problem is not saying that suicide bombs are the real Islam, as long as you're saying in a forum where people agree with you. The problem is saying it where other people who aren't in agreement can show up. So
Marion corrects us. Breivik. She's correct.
Breivik. That's correct. I could never remember his name because I just don't care.
Me either, right? I could care less about some crazy nut job who went and shot up a bunch of Muslims, right?
No,
not Muslims.
School
right?
kids.
Sorry.
He
School
shot up
kids,
a bunch of school kids. He
that
has no
was me
political
misspeaking.
influence. Yeah.
Right.
He has no political influence. He has no stand. He has no followers. What he did was totally evil. And again,
like,
I would have had
and he didn't claim to be a Christian, right? He didn't claim that he was doing this in the name of Christianity.
No.
It's just a nut who did something horrific.
Yes.
And what
he
should be done, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure he died in the attack. But
No,
if he hadn't died in the attack.
No, he's in prison for.
Okay, fine. So he should be in jail for the rest of his life, which I'm sure he probably is. And everyone should forget about him and stop using him as a tool to support Islamic terrorists.
Yeah. All right. So let's see what the
we would
ADL
never
has
bring
to
him up.
say. So very quickly, one other thing. There's a resolution. If you can bring up what I'm sharing.
Oh, yep.
A resolution that was brought in I think that this was Florida. I don't think it says, but I'm pretty sure that this one's Florida. There's one in Mississippi too. There were others as well, but there is a resolution that is going to be stated in its official disassociation from CAIR. Basically, we can't give CAIR money because they're terrorists. Hamas is an Islamic militant group based in the Palestinian region. The United States placed sanctions on Hamas and designated the group as a foreign terrorist organization. Danae King, do you think that Hamas is a foreign terrorist organization, or do you think that it is unfair to call them terrorists and that they are just regular Muslims? On October 17, 2003, Hamas attacked Israel, killing over 1,400 Israeli and other citizens, injuring and kidnapping many more. Following this attack, Israel has declared war on Hamas and launched a large-scale offensive to remove Hamas from the region. In 2008, the FBI brought suit against Holy Land Foundation, several of its leaders, for funding Hamas, and the foundation and 5 of its leaders were convicted of materially supporting Hamas. Evidence throughout the trial seemingly linked the Holy Land Foundation and its financial support of Hamas to the Council of American Islamic Relations, CAIR, both through organizational activity and individual connections. Following the trial, the FBI severed its liaison relationship and suspended formal contacts with CAIR. The United Arab Emirates, a formal diplomatic ally of the U.S., placed CAIR on the country's terrorism list in 2014. Further, President Biden's administration has disavowed CAIR over comments made by its executive director at an event following the October 7th attack. So Danae King does not disavow CAIR. Danae King believes CAIR speaks for Muslims and it's a voice for Islam in Ohio. But President Biden disavowed them. Many states have introduced memorials or resolutions in recent years, encouraging the representative state to likewise suspend contact with CAIR, et cetera, et cetera. Arizona, South Carolina, Mississippi, and Arkansas. This resolution strongly encourages every executive law enforcement agency, and local government in the state of Florida to suspend contact and outreach activities with CAIR. Resolutions are not subject to action by the governor and do not have the effect of law. The resolution does not appear to have a fiscal impact on state or local government. But anyway, it's just a resolution. So that is interesting as well. And notice a couple of extra points. President Biden disavowed CAIR. And
So Biden
UAE.
and Obama both disavowed CAIR.
Mhm.
Well, the Biden administration.
A judge in the Biden administration, and the Biden and Obama's administration, and then Biden administration itself. All right. So here's the ADL talking about CAIR. Key CAIR leaders often traffic in openly anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist rhetoric. Danae King, why is it that you believe that the authority on Islam in the United States is an association whose leaders often traffic in openly anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist rhetoric, according to the ADL? Some of its leaders, such as Nihad Awad, CAIR's executive director, were previously involved, now defunct organization that openly supported Hamas and, according to the U.S. government, functioned as its propaganda apparatus. Awad also met with several members of the Muslim Brotherhood as recently as 2022. In an April 2024 Facebook post, Awad eulogized the late Sheikh Abdul Majid al-Zindani, whom the U.S. and UN designated as a recruiter and fundraiser for Al-Qaeda. So would you also say that this is the kind of Islam that you need not speak against because it's the good, just regular Islam, right? The recruiters and fundraisers for Al-Qaeda are regular Islam. According to the New York Times, al-Zindani was a one-time mentor of Osama bin Laden. The U.S. Treasury designated him a specially designated global terrorist in 2004, accusing Zindani of recruiting for Al-Qaeda training camps. Following Hamas's October 7th attack on Israel, many of CAIR's leaders defended or justified the unprecedented terror assault and argued that it was a legitimate right of Palestinians to resist occupation. Awad claimed that Israel did not have a right to defend itself after the attack. He had been happy on October 7th to see the people breaking the siege. Danae King, were you happy on October 7th? Did you wake up and go, oh, wonderful day for Islam? Is that what you did as well? Over the years, some of CAIR's leaders have also cultivated suspicion among the public toward a wide array of American Jewish institutions. For example, Zahra Billou, CAIR San Francisco Bay Area executive director, declared that Zionists are your enemies. She warned followers to pay attention to Zionist synagogues. I've read this quote before. When she faced criticism for her remarks, CAIR National released a statement in support of her comments. So this is the voice of regular plain old Muslims, according to Danae King, are those who support the comments of Billou. Awad has often engaged in similar anti-Semitic rhetoric, claiming that Zionist organizations are the enemies of the Muslim Ummah, and that Zionist organizations make up the core of the Islamophobia network in the United States. I guess I'm part of a Zionist organization now. He also has alleged that pro-Israel groups have corrupted the U.S. government. Israel's existence has no legitimacy. Following Hamas's attack on October 7th, he further engaged in anti-Semitic tropes, such as denouncing the Zionist lobby. CAIR leaders have also posited that pro-Israel organizations are responsible for U.S. police brutality, that Zionists in Israel are analogous to the Ku Klux Klan and ISIS. Billou has expressed support for Hamas firing rockets at Israel and has called for Zionists, the vast majority of Jews who believe that Israel has a right to exist, to be banned from anti-racist, interfaith, and LGBTQ plus work. Such rhetoric is an affront to the vast majority of American Jews, as well as the vast majority of Jews around the world, for whom connection to Israel is integral to their Jewish identities. ADL defines Zionism as the movement for self-determination and statehood for the Jewish people in their ancestral homeland, the land of Israel. But CAIR has also drawn controversy for its stances on LGBTQ plus issues, including its opposition to those materials in public classrooms. Well, which side does Danae King choose? Is she there with the Muslims saying, no gay stuff in the classrooms? You can't tell kids about butt sex and blowjobs because it will offend Muslims. Is that where you are? Just wondering. What's your stance on butt sex in classrooms, Danae King?
I'm not sure I need her to answer that particular question, Mary.
I really want an answer. I actually really want an answer. because she is anti-Islamic if she says she wants butt sex in schools. But, you know, she can be anti-Catholic if she wants it in school. So maybe they cancel out. All right. So on November 24th, 2023, Awad made controversial statements at an American Muslims for Palestine conference that were criticized by the White House and Jewish groups. He later says the contexts were taken out of context. He said, the people of Gaza decided to break the siege, the walls of the concentration camp on October the 7th. And yes, I was happy to see people breaking the siege and throwing down the shackles of their own land and walk free into their lands that they were not allowed to walk in. And yes, the people of Gaza have the right to self-defense, have the right to defend themselves. And yes, Israel as an occupying power does not have that right to self-defense. And this is not me emotionally speaking. This is what international law says, that the occupier power has no self-defense from the territory.
Well, hold on.
Byzantium.
According to international law, Israel exists.
Yeah.
So they can't be an occupier of themselves.
Correct.
So how is that according to international law exactly?
Yeah. Well, anyway, he invoked historic anti-Semitic tropes about Jewish control over political affairs and dual loyalty, and charged them that an immoral, corrupt Zionist lobby manipulated Congress into approving a foreign aid bill that included $14 billion for Israel. Zionist lobby, the pro-Israel lobby, was able to influence Congress and the Senate to pass resolutions to give Israel $14 billion, regardless of the massacres. What is the reason for this moral and political corruption? It is because some institutions have managed to amass money over the years and to buy the loyalty of those lawmakers. The solution is that we liberate their loyalty from political corruption. So, 3 days after Donald Trump was injured in shooting a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, Awad tweeted a link to a CNN story about the Secret Service being on high alert in the weeks before the attack due to a potential threat on Trump's life from Iran. Awad commented, on the story, which did not mention Israel. Are you sure this is not an Israeli plot to ignite another war from the U.S. and other countries in the Middle East at its behest? There you go.
Yeah, just plain ordinary sane individual here.
Yeah.
A crazy person tries to kill Trump, and he says, "Hey, it was really Israel. It was Israel that did it."
This is the founder of CAIR, Danae King. What do you say about his remarks speculating that the Israelis plotted to kill Trump and pin it on Iran? All right. So the CEO and executive director of Greater Los Angeles area said that Israel's like Nazi Germany didn't have a right to defend itself. He said, the myth or claim that Israel has a right to defend itself? No! An occupier never has a right to defend itself. Nazi Germany and France had no right to defend itself. Nazi Germany and Poland does not have the right to defend itself. You are an occupier. The only one who has the right to defend themselves are the occupied. In this case, the Palestinian people. Israel should be attacked. If you continue to occupy the people's land, every means according to international law to defend and resist occupation is in your hand. You choose to do it non-violently, good for you, no problem with that. You want to pick up arms and defend your people in your land, that is a legitimate right. He declared that people should not be so surprised and appalled that Hamas launched a terror attack that day, which killed some 1,200 people, most of them civilians. To all morally corrupt politicians or activists who only remember to comment when Israel is under attack while remaining hypocritically silent as Israel viciously attacks Palestinians every single day of the year, we should never act so surprised and appalled that such dehumanized people will lash out in such desperate ways and imitate with a lesser scale their oppressors. Palestinians are not different from any other people. They want to live free and with dignity and on their own land. Yes, that's because a Syrian immigrated to Palestine to found the Black Hand, because they want to live on their own land. Anyway, it's time that we end this Western hypocrisy that's allowed, funded, and defended the Zionist brutality and colonial racism to go on for 75 years. Peace requires justice. Zahra Belou said, pray for Gaza. We are witnessing decolonization. The slaughtering of the Jews is decolonization. She also said, pro-Israel is pro-genocide.
Mm-hmm. And this is that comment is particularly highly relevant here today because I got in trouble for two things. One, was interviewing Robert Spencer, and the other was repeating Ali Dallow's words, crackhead clown individuals, which in context, he says, and then you have these crackhead clown individuals who are supporting genocide. And then he clarifies, why is the Christian lobby supporting genocide in Israel?
Yep. So
Ali
Chowdhury
Dawa
says that
can call me a crackhead clown individual because I'm a Christian who allegedly supports Israel, which I don't necessarily even do. I'm kind of neutral on that situation because I don't have a lot of deep knowledge about it. Therefore, I don't form a very strong opinion. But because I'm a Christian, I must be supporting them. And why am I supporting them? Well, because I am hoping that Israel will be victorious so that Jesus will come back and it will be my turn to massacre the Jews.
yeah,
That's literally
insanity.
what Ottawa says.
Yes.
And because I played the clip of him, I'm the hateful individual.
Yep. Ukrainian freedom fighters equals heroes. Palestinian freedom fighters, terrorists. This is Zainab Chowdhury, Maryland Outreach, CAIR Maryland. So here we go. Then we have Israel's Nazi Germany again. Ahmed Rehab, Executive Director, CAIR Chicago. There was a Palestinian Muslim boy in Chicago who was murdered, and he said, I bet it was a Jew who did it. Abdullah Jabir, it's probably, Jabir is usually not spelled that way, maybe Jabir, stated at a Tallahassee, Florida protest that he could not be accused of anti-Semitism because he argues Israeli Jews are not authentically Jewish.
Jeez, I'm not racist against black people because black people in America aren't real Africans.
Yep.
I mean, what the heck?
Executive Director of CAIR New Jersey. He says occupation is the root of the problem. So Hamas is fine. That's wrong. You know, the Hamas is fine. Israel's wrong. So Ballou stated, I want us to pay attention to the polite Zionists. We need to pay attention to the Jewish Federation. So that's the polite Zionists is the context of that. So the people who are not the ones who are in your face, but that would be like, we need to pay attention to the polite Muslims, the ones who do not call for jihad. Just because they're your friend today doesn't mean that they have your back when it comes to human rights. Know your enemies, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that they are your enemies. How would that sound? Danae King. Mm-hmm. I mean, really. Another annual conference, the CAIR's executive director stated, there are one segment of enemies of the Muslim Ummah, community is always Ummah, who will never give up their plots to undermine the Muslim Ummah. And these are really the core of the Islamophobia network in the United States. In specific, Zionist organizations make up the core of the Islamophobia network, et cetera, et cetera. Aksut, New Jersey's executive director, says that Israel bears responsibility for oppressing marginalized groups in the U.S. and implicitly tied Israel to the murders of George Floyd.
Okay.
We have to realize that the same foot and knee that's choking the Palestinian people, same foot and the same knee that is choking the black and brown people in this country.
So, no bigotry, no hatred going on here. Just a conspiracy theory that Jewish people are in charge of everything. And not only are they in charge of everything, they're responsible for everything that's wrong in the world.
Yep. So we do not condemn and will not condemn any liberation movement inside Palestine or inside Lebanon. Lebanon, majority Christian country historically. But murder them all. Awad is for that. Hey.
Oh, and by the way,
are you
Mary,
for murdering all the Lebanese Christians? Is that what you're for?
By the way, Mary, I believe every well, no, probably not Indonesia, but basically every Muslim majority country was at one time nearly 100% Christian.
Yep.
What is that?
Except for the
So
Zoroastrians.
yeah, so the Muslims enter into Christian lands and take them
And
over
Hindus.
and get rid of all the and also
Hindus.
Hindu lands,
Yeah.
and get rid of all the
Indonesians
non-Muslims.
like that, yeah.
And then if anyone dare be a non-Muslim in that country, they're an invader.
Yep.
Who needs to be expelled.
So
interesting logic for sure.
So I have a question. Danae King, are you for men who call themselves women in women's spaces, or are you against it? Are you for pride flags on public property, or are you against it?
I think we get the idea here, right?
Yeah.
We got chapter after chapter of CAIR. They're executive directors, the equivalent of a CEO at a corporation, making statements that are at minimum anti-Israel, in some cases are extremely ridiculous conspiracy theories based on bigotry against people who are Jewish. And yet we're the hateful people by saying what's found in Islamic texts.
Yep. And by the way, here's a group of pro-Islamic charities that can fund money to wherever they want it to fund to, because zakat, the purpose of zakat is to wage jihad. It is to pay for the widows and orphans of jihad and to pay for the arming of jihadis. That is what Islamic charity is for. That is the purpose of zakat. That is what is establishment. That's why it exists. So this pro-zakat organization here is freaking out about the UAE approving a terrorist list of 83 groups. Now, let's see what kind of groups that they have. ISIS, Boko Haram. But how dare they also have CAIR and the Muslim American Society. No reasons were given, but it appears that the nonprofit listings were based on alleged ties to the Muslim Brotherhood, part of the political opposition of the UAE. Although the list has no legal effect outside
here, in case Danae or others don't know, is the United Arab Emirates a Christian country?
No, in fact, it isn't. It is a Muslim country. But you see, it's just a terrible.
So a Muslim country is designating CAIR as a terrorist group that you can't give zakat to.
Yeah. So
okay, just wanted to be clear
but the
about
country is not free. How many Muslim countries do you think are rated?
What do you mean the United Arab Emirates is not free? I mean, that's a true statement.
Yeah.
But is Saudi Arabia a free country? I mean, that's the historic heart of Islam. And it's one of very few absolute monarchies left in the world. So why is that a relevant statement? Did Muhammad rule as a democratic leader?
I know, right?
I mean, what the heck? Why is that relevant?
Yeah.
Well, you can't trust the UAE. They have a monarch.
I mean, like,
okay.
Oh, well, let's see what the Freedom House considers to be not free countries. Do you think there might be a pattern? Let's take a quick look here. I'm sure it's going to shock us all. We should not respect any of these unfree countries because they're bad. Oops. What's that? What's that again? Oh, what's that?
I mean, there are some countries that are not majority Muslim for sure, but are there any Muslim majority countries that are labeled as free? So I'm guessing green is fully free.
I'm not sure how Muslim Senegal still is. It is
maybe Senegal. Check Indonesia.
Maybe Senegal. Oh, look! For some insane reason, they consider North Cyprus to be free, but I think
okay, that's interesting.
that's smoking crack. That's nonsense. But let's look at all these. So we should discredit any country that is not green.
Uh-huh.
They are
Or
bad
definitely
countries.
purple. Definitely purple. Maybe
Yeah,
we're on the
they're
fence
terrible
about yellow.
countries. They're garbage countries. And we should not like believe in anything that they might say. They're all trash countries with trash ideologies. I just want to point out this pro-Islamic group. Oh, but it's not a free country. It's authoritarian.
Wow.
Islam is authoritarian. Islam is authoritarian. Islam requires authoritarianism. It's not an accident. It's not an oopsie. It's not, I wonder how that happened. Islam must have authoritarianism. I'm sorry. That's it. Just hilarious. I just had to do that. But anyway, we shouldn't listen to them because it's rated as not free. So that means that their opinion's trash. So yeah, it's just that
And that's
don't
not
like them.
you saying, right? Yeah, that's not you saying that we should discount the opinions of any authoritarian state.
No, this is
That's
charity and
this
security.
Muslim organization in a desperate attempt to avoid what one Muslim nation said.
All right. And to finish up the entire thing, my question is for her is I have a sincere question about why Danae King supports Islam. And this, actually, I do need to show this really quickly in a second. Islam teaches that the hour will not be established until you, Muslims, fight with the Jews, and the stone behind which a Jew will be hiding will say, "Oh, Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, so kill him." Muslims were repeating this over and over and over again during Operation Flood. This is what their expectations were. This wasn't because of some political thing. It was religious. Their religious belief is that they need to kill all the Jews so that the end will come. Now, let's look at Saudi textbooks. If you can bring up this one. The victory of the Muslims over the Jews. The last hour will not come before the Muslims would fight the Jews. And this one has rocks and trees. The rocks and trees will call. And then one of the trees won't tell on the Jews because it's the Garqad tree and it's a Jew tree. So the Jew trees won't tell on the Jews. And so the last hour is the hereafter will not come. And the Garqad is a big tree of thorns. And the Jews grew it a lot in Palestine in those days. And the teachings, this is in the textbook, it's fate decided by Allah that the Muslims and Jews will fight till the end of the world. The Hadith predicts for the Muslims Allah's victory over the Jews. The victory for the Muslims are because they are right. And whoever is right is always victorious, even though most people are against him. Allah grants victory to the Muslims if they have a true will, if they unite, if they hold on to Allah's Sharia, and if they go by Allah's ruling, and if they're patient. Material strength won't be enough to warrant a victory. It is necessary to invoke Allah to seek his support. Whoever is with Allah, Allah is with him. No matter what hardships and ordeals one would overgo, what counts is the final result. Killing all the Jews. Jews and Christians are the enemies of believers, and they will never approve of the Muslims. Beware of them. So, I just, is this an anti-Islamic, is this anti-Islamic hate material, Danae King? Is this what anti-Islamic hate material
So it's a Saudi, if I understand you correctly, this is material quoted from a Saudi Arabia textbook.
For children, yep. Little
for
kids.
children. So I
Published
guess
in
the question isn't whether the textbook is anti-Islamic, obviously, but is us quoting the textbook anti-Islamic?
And if us quoting the textbook is anti-Islamic, but the textbook itself is fine, again, Danae King needs to square this with her idea of how we need to bring to light things like pre-sexual abuse, that this needs to be talked about and discussed because of the harms, even though it will lead to a wrong impression because of her coverage. But let's look at the other one. Let's look at the reverse. Why should this not be spoken about? Is this a major basis for the killing of many Jews in Israel? Is this why Muslims cannot stand to have a Jewish state there? Yes! Yes, this is why.
And just to be clear, this comes not from like some extremist manual, right? And not from an ISIS
No.
ISIS manual or something along those lines. This is a Saudi Arabia textbook.
Yep.
And why is it in the textbook? Because it's quoting the authentic traditions of what Muhammad taught as found in the canonical source of Sahih Bukhari. Every Muslim every Sunni Muslim is required to believe in everything found in Sahih Bukhari according to Orthodox Islam, or else they are a heretic.
Exactly. So, continuing more. The question is, why does Danae King support Islam? Why is she such a voice for CAIR? Why does she want to amplify their voices? Here is another hadith. This is authoritative for Muslims. Someone asked, "Oh, Allah's messengers, who is the best among the people?" I mean, other than, of course, the Arabs. He says, "A believer who strives his utmost in Allah's cause with his life and property." What does striving in his utmost mean? Jihading in his utmost with his life. He is fighting with his life and his property. He's spending money on jihad. They ask, who's next? A believer who stays in one of the mountain paths, worshiping Allah and leaving the people secure from his mischief. So, top thing, the best believer is a jihadi. Instruct me as a deed that equals jihad in reward. What is jihad? It means fighting violently. Armed conflict, it always means that in this context. He replied, "I do not find such a deed. There's nothing as good as fighting in jihad." He then added, "Can you, while the Muslim fighter is in the battlefield, enter your mosque to perform prayers without cease and fast and never break your fast?" The man said, "But who can do that?" So you never break your fast. You to equal a Muslim fighter, you have to be praying constantly and never drink or eat. Abu Huraira said, "The mujahid," that means the Muslim jihadi, "is rewarded even for the footsteps of his horse while it wanders about for grazing, tied in a long rope." So every step of that is considered a step on the way path of jihad. Another one, the example of a mujahid, jihadi, in Allah's cause, and Allah knows better who really strives in his cause, who really jihads in his cause, is like a person who fasts and prays continuously. Allah grants that he will admit the mujahid in his cause to paradise if he is killed. Otherwise, he will return him to his home safely with rewards and war booty. Another one. No one who dies and finds good from Allah in the hereafter would wish to come back to this world, even if he were given the whole world and whatever is in it, except the martyr who, and martyr in Islam means someone who is killed while committing jihad. The only martyrs are jihadis. Jihadis are martyrs in Allah's cause, to be killed again. The only one who wants to come back.
In fairness, Mary, elsewhere Muhammad declares other people can be martyrs
Yeah,
too.
he declares them. He declares them also to be martyrs, but they're not martyrs with the same reward. They're lesser martyrs. See, this is in Allah's cause to get killed again. This is a martyr who was killed of martyrdom and fighting, is what this is in context. So, except the martyr here, who on seeing the superiority of martyrdom would like to come back to the world and be killed again in Allah's cause. So this is not just die again. This is being killed. And this would be root would be the same as fighting. So this is being killed and fighting.
So let me pause you so we can get one of these super chats. You've been just like rattling off things super fast.
Yes, I have.
Let's take a brief break here. The fourth super chat from Joshua Wooden.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find the tree will grow and you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example that we gave to the children. And I'm letting you know that when you sow that seed by giving, you shall receive much more than you gave by the will of Allah. Give as much as you can, for indeed you will reap much more than you have sown.
Give, and get more back. I mean, that's why we all give to charity, right? We give to charity because we expect more money to be returned to us than we first gave, I'm sure. So Joshua asks, will either of you be involved with the David Wood and Jai and Daughter of Christ Islamic Dilemma project? I'm using the Critical Quran, the Generous Quran, Sahih International. I have not been asked to be involved with it. I mean, it's kind of up to David or Jai and or Daughter of Christ. Not really up to me whether I'll be involved with that or not. Anything you want to add, Mary? Because it was addressed to both of us.
Oh, I need to actually. I'm gonna join tonight. I've been putting off because I have like this massive work project. I have written now 250,000 words since the beginning of the year. So that is like, what is that? 400, 800, yeah, the 1,000 pages. I have written 1,000 standard manuscript pages since about January 10th. So I have been a very busy girl and I really need to get on that because there are things that I have noticed in the Quran that nobody else has spoken about much. It is open invitation. It absolutely is.
Okay.
And I don't,
well,
yeah.
I don't. So before I was fired, I was not paying barely any attention to what was going on in our scene. I was, forgive me, I was very dedicated to my job and was working a lot of overtime and not paying that much attention to anti-Islamic stuff. And then suddenly, Thaddeus is the guy that's destroying Islam. We must get rid of him. Interesting times. So I don't know all the details. I will look into it for sure.
Yep. And then here's my very last portion. This is, I forgot to put in English. Is there English? Well, the tafsir is in English, but this is the English for Surah Al-Tawbah 29. And first part isn't really important. Nobody except Muslims can now come to the Masjid al-Haram. And because they were afraid of losing money, because no longer could they sell to the idolaters who were going to Mecca. And now, you can only sell to Muslim idolaters who worship the stone. You can't sell to the polytheistic idolaters. This is given as a replacement for that. So there's an order to fight the people of the scriptures, the people of the book, until they give the jizya. So it says, fight against those who believe not in Allah, nor in the last day, nor forbid that which has been forbidden by Allah and his messenger, and those who acknowledge not the religion of truth among the people of the scripture, until they pay the jizya with willing submission and feel themselves subdued. Now, subdued is more like humiliated if you're going to do an actual accurate translation. So the explanation of this given by Ibn Kathir in his highly authoritative tafsir, which, Danae King, of course, knows what the tafsir is because that is, basic Islamic theology 101. And she is a good journalist. So she certainly wouldn't be writing about Islam without knowing what a tafsir is. But for those who might not know, it is an exegesis of the text. And there are some which are authoritative, meaning that they give explanations that Muslims must accept. This is a Sunni tafsir, and Muslims must agree with Sunni tafsir unless they find that they're in contradiction to one another, and none are in contradiction when this subject comes. Therefore, when people of the scriptures disbelieved in Muhammad, they had no beneficial faith in any messenger or what the messengers brought. So if you disbelieve in Muhammad, it doesn't count. They followed their religions because this conformed with their ideas, lusts, and the ways of their forefathers, not because they are Allah's law and religion. Had they been true believers in their religion, that faith would have directed them to believe in Muhammad, because all prophets gave the good news of Muhammad's advent and commanded them to obey and follow him. Funny how we haven't found it in 1400 years. Yet when he was sent, they disbelieved in him, even though he was the mightiest of all messengers. How? Therefore, they do not follow the religion of earlier prophets, because these religions came from Allah, but because these suited their desires and lusts. yes, they had the lust to follow a religion that says love your enemies, and not the lust to follow the religion that says have sex with the married women that are your captives because you want to, so you should. Anyway, therefore, their claimed faith in an earlier prophet will not benefit them, and so they're condemned. So, this honorable ayah was revealed with the order to fight the people of the book after the pagans immediately around were defeated, and the people entered Allah's religion in large numbers, and the Arabian Peninsula was secured under Muslims' control. Allah commanded his messengers to fight the people of the scriptures, Jews and Christians, on the 9th year of Hijrah, and he prepared his army to fight the Romans and called the people to jihad, announcing his intent and destination. Notice, Romans haven't done anything. Romans didn't even know he was coming, barely knew he existed, if they did at all. The messenger sent his intent to various Arab areas around Medina to gather forces, collect an army of supposedly 30,000. Some lagged behind. They were bad. They went to fight the Romans until they reached Tabuk, where they hung around for 20 days, and the Romans probably didn't notice that they were there because they didn't fight them. And then they came back home. But let's see what you have to do. This was something that was said in this historical context, but the context is forever in the future. So if they do not choose to embrace Islam, they must pay the jizya with willing submission. This means in defeat and subservience, and feel themselves subdued. This is expanded. Disgraced, humiliated, and belittled. Therefore, Muslims are not allowed to honor the people of the Dhimma or elevate them above Muslims, for they are miserable, disgraced, and humiliated.
Mm-hmm. And this is a very important point that
Yes.
even many critics of Islam don't really get right. They think that the purpose of the jizya is, Muslims wanting to make a bunch of money. And while the individual rulers probably did desire the money, that's not the purpose of the jizya, according to the Quran. The purpose is to humiliate the unbeliever.
Right. Umar demanded that conditions be made by the Christians to ensure their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. So what is the goal of jizya and the dimitude system? Dimitude means like, well, the tude obviously is an English thing, but it means the humiliation. It means the oppression. These are the oppressed people. So the purpose of this is for them to feel their continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. And this is Umar's agreement, but the purpose of it is continued humiliation, degradation, and disgrace. So this was sent in a particular time. However, this is for eternity. From now until the end, just like the example of the Jews and the Muslims having to fight forever and ever until Allah ends things, this is what you are to do. Don't initiate the greeting, peace, to the Jews and Christians. If you meet any of them in the road, force them to its narrowest alley, to the edge, to the side. Force them to the side. How dare a Christian walk down a street? Shove them to the side. They must be disgraced, humiliated, and belittled. So this is the standard from now and forever after. And pointing this out apparently might be harmful because, people might become aware that this is how Muslims.
Yeah, I mean, Mary, I think it definitely would be harmful because most people probably don't want to be humiliated, right? I think that probably if Christians and Jews knew about this, other atheists and polytheists and believers of our religions don't count because they're not allowed to be dhimmis. They must convert or die. But yeah. I don't think that very many Jews or Christians would be happy about this. I think they would have a very negative opinion of Islam. I think getting this out would definitely damage Islam. And thus, CAIR and their allies are completely correct that when people talk about this, it is very harmful not to Muslims per se, but to Islam.
Yes, to Islam and its goals. And my question really is, for Danae King, why is this what she supports? Does she believe that that they ought to, from now on, be fighting the Jews and Christians and subjugating them and killing everyone else who does not convert to Islam? Because that's the other standard, by the way. The other standard is that if you do not convert to Islam, you should just be killed. And this is supposed to be a short stream. I know.
Yes, I know. Mary
I'm
promised
so
me this would be
sorry.
2 hours.
I
and
thought
did
it
not
would be,
interrupt-
and then it just kept spiraling.
I did not interrupt her very much, for the record.
No, it was
And she
totally
talked
fault.
really quickly at parts as well.
Did. It is true. It is true. But
All right,
That
let
was
me get
too fair.
the super chats and other comments that I say before we
Yes.
wrap up here. Mohid Al-Islam says, too many mirrors. You're just jealous of Danae Kingeling.
something like that. Apparently,
what's
my
going
kink
on
is
here.
not subjugation, and maybe hers is.
You're very jealous. That
Yeah.
is why you did this. A super chat from Rick Newton.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Hey, if
I
fairness,
just lost him. I hadn't heard that one. When did you add that one?
that was added pretty recently. In fairness, I would say that if my scripture said to give my God a loan, I would definitely have shame in my heart as well.
Here's the funny thing. So, what did the non-Muslims say when they said that? What, is Allah poor and we're rich? He agrees. He's like, yeah, Allah's got cash flow problems.
In fairness, he may have been talking about a human being in comparing him to Allah, right?
Yeah.
Saying a human being that you see a homeless person. I don't remember the exact context, but it might have been saying something like you see a homeless person on the street. He has ability, but he's got cash flow problems. But it's an analogy for Allah anyway.
Yeah. So even if Allah has cash flow problems, then you should really have pity on this poor guy who has cash flow problems. Got it.
Yeah, exactly. So he is absolutely trying to encourage Muslims to make donations to the mosque, but he's drawing an analogy between, you see some homeless person and he's got ability, but he just needs a little help. That's what Allah is saying, right? That's what Allah is saying.
That's hilarious. I love it. It's fantastic.
What happened to the Ponzi scheme? Well, you got to take different approaches to get donations. You can't just always say you're going to get more back. You got to sometimes try to say, oh, I'm so ashamed. Allah needs my help and I'm not helping him. All right. We got a comment from Mohid Al-Islam to Carol, but I would like to address it. Please focus on how we can get Danae King fired. Yes, I know about the laughing hadith. And then Marion also saying get her fired now. So I want to be clear here. I don't desire that Danae King be fired from her job.
Whether I kind of desire the dispatch to go out of business, though. That would be nice. Because if you're going to be, they are now a tool of CAIR, and it's not just her. She's just one of many. Why are they a tool of CAIR? Like, in what universe would you say that? Like, I would consider that pretty darn hateful to say that the people who speak for the Muslim community are the people who call for jihad and the slaughter of any Jews who remain in Israel. The slaughter or humiliation, subjugation, rape, torture, enslavement. Female enslavement is always rape. That's what they're calling for. And she thinks these people are the spokesman for Islam. And the funny thing is, I absolutely would not say that. I do not believe that CAIR speaks for a huge percentage of Muslims on the street. I don't think that that many American Muslims are that supportive of Hamas. I think the support for Hamas in CAIR is massively, massively higher than the support for Hamas in among regular Muslims. This for Danae King, this is what the appropriate spokesperson for Islam is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So to finish my thought, I don't desire harm upon her. I don't desire her losing her job. Now, you could make an argument that she hasn't done her job properly, but what I would actually prefer, right? What I would actually prefer is for her to wake up and become aware of what she has done and repent of her actions, her support of an organization that is supportive of terrorists. That would be my preferred action here. But if you guys want to do something, I would suggest you write letters to the editor of the Dispatch. They might not publish them, but it would be interesting, right? Interesting. If you do write a letter, be sure to mention me by name. Be sure to reference the article about me and raise questions about why this highly biased article was published.
And why, whether or not they believe that CAIR speaks for Islam, that CAIR is an appropriate voice for Islam. What is wrong with talking about Islamic doctrine? Is it wrong to talk about Islamic doctrine because we are misrepresenting it? Because we're not. Or is it wrong to talk about Islamic doctrine because people will find out what Islam actually teaches, which appears to be the point of view that CAIR takes, just like what happened in India. That was the point of view of India, that this was something bad. Why? Because people realized that Muhammad was a sicko and established a standard that was sick for all eternity.
Yeah, so that's my solution in general, right? Is to educate people, to get the truth out, and to have a platform where we're allowed to freely discuss these issues, not live in a culture where you're not allowed to, where you can say whatever criticism you want of Christianity, up to and including the most vile, hateful things that are obviously false, but you can't say anything against Islam. That's the problem, right? So my solution isn't that we should censor people who criticize Christianity. My solution isn't that we should censor people who attack Islam. Rather, my solution is that we should fight back with facts. We should spread the information. Everyone watching this should tell others about what's going on. And I'm not like some special case. I'm in a special situation that I have a platform to talk about this, but this kind of thing happens all the time. After this happened to me, I did a search to try to get an idea about whether the legal line lied, and I found all kinds of people who were fired from their jobs because they made comments on their personal Facebook page, not like my channel of 25 plus thousand subscribers. They just wrote a couple comments about their opinions of things to their own family and friends, and they were fired from their job for hate speech against Islam. Of course, I actually tried to find cases of people being fired for writing comments against Christianity. I figured that it probably had happened somewhere, but I couldn't find a single news article about it.
No. Because the only place you get fired for that is if you're working for a Christian organization, in which case you wouldn't be working for the Christian organization.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, I expected some business owner somewhere to have fired someone because they were an outspoken critic of Christianity. And that may have happened, but you know what they didn't do? They didn't openly say they fired him for that reason because they understand it's discrimination and they covered it up if they did. Whereas people openly fire people for being critical of Islam and they think it's not discriminatory. Very strange world we live. Jack Ray gifted a reason to answer membership.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
Jack Gray, thank you very much for the One Reasoned Answers membership. But aren't you slacking today? You usually do them like in batches of 5. So.
Hey, you've got to earn his trust back because you haven't been streaming often enough.
Yeah, so there were a couple comments along those lines. Let's do this one from Jay Alfred. You two are great. More streams will be amazing. More streams are coming. More streams are definitely coming. Definitely more scripted videos and more content, maybe some shorts and all kinds of things. Because, hey, I got a lot of time on my hands now. So they decided that I should be fired from my work because I was doing such horrible things as criticizing Islam, thus freeing up a lot of time to criticize Islam. So there you go. That is the end result of their actions.
Yep.
Marion says Danae King thinks it's fine that the Muslims call me a crackhead clown. I'm offended. I mean, I'm definitely offended by Ali Dawa's comments. The crackhead clown, the least among them, right?
I know. Really that was just funny because, like,
I'm far more offended that he thinks I want to genocide Jews than the fact that he called me a crackhead clown. But, you know, it is what it is. And then we got a super chat from Joshua Wooden.
Early, and this is indeed a sign, yet most of them are not believers. Give alone to Allah, give alone to Allah. Ride the wings of Gabriel, give alone to Allah.
Ride the wings of Gabriel. When you give money to Allah, you get to ride on the angel. He takes your donation right up to Allah. Joshua says they don't hate religion. They hate Christianity and they love Islam. So I did make a comment earlier that part of the reason why the abuse scandal in the Catholic Church was such big news because people hate religion. And in the United States, at least, when someone says they hate religion, they really mean Christianity. They don't really have any knowledge of any other religion. I would not say that the average person loves Islam, but when they say they're against religion, they really just mean Christianity. And they might not, and they probably don't have like strong problems against other religions, partially because they don't know anything about them, but also partially because they are living in the world and those religions are in the world. So they hate Christianity with a passion because they're fighting against the true God. The other religions, who cares one way or another?
I mean, really, you can't make sense of her throwing in everything pro-Islam if you don't have an element of hatred of God in it. It doesn't make any sense because they would, she's totally pro-LGBTQIA+. If Islam got its way and it was actually practiced according to what Muhammad said and the caliphs said it should be, then they'd all be killed. Like, that's it. They'd be dead. But you know, in any real system, that doesn't happen. Why doesn't it happen? Well, because in reality, it's all a front. Mm-hmm. But the kinds of LGBTQIA that there would be, she wouldn't be approving of anyway, because huge amount of it would be child grooming, which she supposedly is against. So.
Well, I don't want you to put supposedly in there. I think she probably is against child grooming.
I honestly don't know, because there are any number of American leftists who think that as long as it belongs in another culture, relativistically, you can't say it's wrong. So there are actual people who will say that picking out the boys who do not have fathers and raping them till they like it is perfectly fine, because that is how that is expressed in that culture. What
is the only logical, consistent position with atheism or agnosticism or whatever, to say that there is no
Then you'd have to be
absolute
fine with
moral
whatever
standard.
Christians do too, but they aren't. So
Yeah, right. Consistency is definitely still an issue, but the only logically consistent position with secularism or atheism or whatever is that there are no real moral values, that society sets those values, and thus you can't be critical of what a different society's values are. And such, if you're being logically consistent, you have to say that a society that allows or even encourages the rape of children is in fact no different. Well, sorry, it's different, but is not morally inferior to your own society.
I mean, there is a reason that in Brazil now there are laws passed that endorse infanticide, child rape, child murder, all of those things, as long as they were parts of traditional cultures of the tribes. Even though there are activists from these tribes campaigning against child murder. Well, no, you just don't like child murder now. You don't like infanticide because you've been whitewashed or you've been brainwashed by these Westerners and Christians who think that murdering kids and babies is bad and killing all the disabled is bad. Really, if you were true to your own society, you'd be for it. So we are going to oppose you wanting to end the murder of children in your own society because you're not being a proper, good, primitive native.
Right, it says,
It's
and then
brutal.
the libtards go, Christianity and Islam are the same, even though their respective teachings are the polar opposite of one another. Now, in fairness, right, someone saying that probably really has no clue what Islam teaches. What they really mean is, you both believe in a sky daddy. Sky daddy, that's the only thing that matters. You're so stupid. That's what they mean when they say something like that.
That is really
And I do apologize to Gabe. I put up a number of comments saying that they liked the
yeah. Sorry about that.
All the comments they put up saying that they liked that one or that's a good one or whatever were in regards to give a loan to Allah.
Sorry.
But Mary was talking about killing gay people or LGBTQ people, which obviously is more than just gay.
Just
And
keep
Gabe
saying
says, I don't want them to be killed,
it.
and I will wholeheartedly endorse that statement. I don't want anyone to be killed. Snoopy says, always thought the editors had to make certain the sources were certain was written is true. Got a couple extra words there, but basically you're saying that the editor is in charge of fact checking, and that's true in principle, but it basically consists of in something that's highly sensitive saying, did you actually say this? And then the person says yes, and then that's the end of this story, right? They're not really like digging in. It's the reporter's job to get the facts right. The editor is just making sure that the reporter isn't totally making something up. Super chat from Joshua Wooden.
They give a loan to Allah. What is the reward? The reward in this life is that the money will come back double. You give 100, 200 will come back. Sooner or later. Believe me. All money that is given for the sake of Allah, it comes back. And I'm sure that all of you have experience.
Believe me, when you donate now, you're getting double back. Double back. 100% return on your investment. So please donate to my mosque right now. Joshua says, Mary, what's your dog look like? Gabriel won't visit you? Question mark.
That is true. He's black. He's black. He's not only a dog inside my house, but he is a black dog. So he is a shaitan, according to Muhammad. And it would be terrible to say that it is silly to believe that black dogs are shaitan, because that would be anti-Muslim. We must be pro-Muslim and affirm the shaitanness that black dogs are indeed Satan's, and that is not at all a silly belief.
Mm-hmm. That is a culturally acceptable belief. And if you think that that's silly, well, that's because you're racist, obviously.
Against the Islamic race.
Yes, exactly. Very, very racist. Shame on you. Shame on you. double haram. I don't know what it's in reference to, but I agree. Snoopy says, from what I understand, USA Today took over Columbus Dispatch many years ago. So Mary said at one point that the Gannett Group owns the Columbus Dispatch. They also own the USA Today, but it's not like it's the same staff writing the articles. They are essentially independent organizations. Now, like most U.S. newspapers, the Dispatch relies very heavily on AP articles. They only write, some articles about local stuff. Anything that's not local is not going to be written by a Dispatch author. Gabe,
but that is not to say that if you did not care enough about something, you could not find a place for it in an opinion piece or something, because they do
absolutely. So they definitely have opinion pieces and some reporting on, say, political events, for example. But like all newspapers today, their circulation is dwindling. They can't afford a large staff, and so they rely very heavily on AP reporting. And I don't mean apostate prophet, just to be clear. Gabe became a channel member.
Can you just imagine giving £100 and it's a sadaqah jariyah, meaning it carries on going even when you are gone? Just imagine being in your grave and getting the rewards in your grave. You will not be able to come back to this video to donate. So why not donate now?
I thought you got double back in this lifetime. I mean, I guess you get extra while you're in the grave, some extra dollar bills flying in there. But do give £100, right? Ali Dawa, he doesn't want your £2 donation. He wants your £100 donation.
So clearly not enough. Clearly not enough.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for becoming a channel member. Nissan Addict says she needs to square this, meaning the stuff you're talking about of Islamic teachings and what CAIR believes in and whatnot, or she could ignore it entirely and pretend it doesn't exist. She, of course, being Danae King.
And I think that she will, because I don't think that it is my personal opinion that she is not as terrible a reporter as it would require for her to be ignorant of these things. I don't think that that's as poor as my opinion is of journalism majors. And goodness, I knew some journalism majors. I don't think that she is incapable of feeding herself. And so I think that she is quite aware of CAIR's association with Hamas and its leadership's approval of Hamas. And for some reason...
Well, I mean, she wrote an article on it, right? So she's got to be aware. I mean, she literally wrote an article, right?
They just accused them, is what she wrote.
Spying. He was spying and giving them information that didn't exist because there is no connection. Good Hub says, yes, I'll need money in my grave, paying off the worms and stuff. Exactly. That's why Allah is sending you £100 notes to your grave if you donate today. Houston says there's a risk of nice Muslims changing when they get educated by their imam. Notice how all these Muslims are against intercourse with 9-year-old girls until they find out that Muhammad did it. I don't think that you need to put educated in scare quotes. I mean, the imams are not fake educating. They're properly educating what Islam teaches when they teach their congregation stuff.
And they argue themselves into it. Yep. They argue themselves into it. And it's just...
Now, to be clear, some people do leave Islam when they find out about these things. It's worth saying these things. But yes, Mary's correct that a common way to remove cognitive dissonance. So this will always create cognitive dissonance because the person thinks that marrying a 9-year-old's wrong. And then they find out Muhammad did it, who is supposed to be the perfect example. You got a contradiction there. There's 2 ways to resolve that. One is to say Muhammad is wrong. Muhammad is not worthy of being followed. And the other is to say, nope, actually, I was wrong. It is fine to marry a 9-year-old child. So those are the 2 ways it could be resolved. It will take some people out of Islam, but other people will suddenly become okay with it, even though they never were before. E4 Mafia also became a channel member.
Who is going to give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability. but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
Then I got double back. Man, these guys are just contradicting one another. Some of them are telling me I get double back. Some are telling me I get a whole apple tree back for a single seed. And others are telling me I get money in my grave. And he's telling me don't ask for anything back. What is going on here? What is the contradiction?
Yep.
Anyway, thank you very much for becoming a channel member. Make sure that you don't use your real name if you become a channel member, because if you're associated with me, then you're also associated with Robert Spencer, which means you're worthy of being fired. Just a public service announcement there.
It's the chain of guilt.
Mm-hmm.
This is Ninja Mary. Yes, this is Mary without the ninja.
Mm-hmm. Yes, this is the same ninja who has been on David Wood's channel a couple times. Occasionally she is a ninja here as well, but usually she takes the time to put on makeup and cover her hair and whatnot so that she doesn't have to wear the very uncomfortable Islamic garment. Can a brother get a dollar? Allah.
Did you see the super chat question about?
Yeah, there's still. I'm taking them in order. We got like about 2 left. Gabe says,
Sorry.
I already dug my grave. LOL. Because he uses the name Gabe, but you know, plenty of people have the name Gabe. Although that might be a picture of him, so he might be in trouble. Carol B says, I want to see CAIR exposed for what it is, and your wish shall be fulfilled. Definitely have a lot more of that coming up. Have a couple video ideas for short, punchy videos about CAIR. One I already had, and then Mary gave me a couple more while we were talking today. Definitely will be attacking CAIR a lot. After all, they say that I am not worthy, cannot be trusted to work a job because I'm critical of Islam. The logical conclusion of that is that I should have no income, I should become homeless, and I should die of starvation. That is the logical outcome of what CAIR says about me.
Well, I mean, how would that be inconsistent with their views of anyone who does not submit to Allah? Are you being a proper dhimmi? No. Therefore, you should be fought until you are utterly humiliated or you die. And Danae King apparently agrees because she feels that it is important to platform this message.
Daughter says, I'm happy to be associated with Robert and Thaddeus. Makes me look intelligent. LOL. Well, appreciate that. The Sonic says, I feel like this loan stuff isn't drawing from the most authentic sources and scholarship. I mean, it's somewhat, it's directly in the Quran, right?
Yes.
The call to give Allah money is directly in the Quran.
And so is the criticism of other people saying that what is Allah poor and we're rich? Like the non-Muslims making fun of that statement is in the Quran and they're being condemned for that. So, you know, I'm sorry, Danae King. However, the Quran records many anti-Islamic, Islamophobic statements. Like whenever Muhammad said, you should give Allah a goodly loan, they said, what are you talking about? Is Allah poor and we're rich? Like, isn't that terrible Islamophobic that the Jews whom Muhammad would later all slaughter would say such terrible things? Do you feel that the Jews of Medina really had it coming for daring to say that? Just curious, Danae King, is that your opinion too?
So to be clear, that is the way that Allah chooses to ask for our donations of himself in his text, right? This is the word for word dictation of Allah that was created or uncreated, whatever, before humanity was created. So this is Allah's preferred way of asking for donations. Now, whether or not
the criticism is also in the eternal Quran.
Right. And the criticism.
Allah, had determined that Muhammad would say, give Allah a goodly loan, and then people would make fun of him because it sounds so stupid. And then he would rebuke them saying that, how dare you say that I give Allah alone. So Allah did not will from eternity past to have this expressed in a way that was not ridiculous and mockable. Instead, he really wanted it to be expressed this way and really wanted it to be made fun of and to have Muhammad's rebuke. Just to be clear.
Now, I will say that specific promises like you'll get double back, that's probably not really authentic and supported, but this is how Allah asks for donation.
Well, the double back and things like that are in the ahadith. And
yeah, so they're drawing on a couple fairly obscure hadith, but hey, right? Whatever it takes to get those donations.
Yep.
So that part might not be super authentic, but the funny part is 100% authentic that Allah asks for loans. And Allah saying it's a loan tells you that you expect to get the money back, right? You don't. If it's a gift, he doesn't say give me a gift. He says give me a loan, which implies he's going to pay you back. So it's not really much of a stretch to say that you get stuff back from Allah. We have a question. I'm sorry, I can't read your name.
If you want your wealth to increase in this dunya, then give sadaqah more and more. Every single day, 2 angels come down. One of them is making dua for those who give. He says, Ya Allah, give those who give.
So he says, are you following the protests in Turkey? And I can't say that I am, but I bet you Mary is.
Lightly. I don't have a strong opinion about either of the figures. Apparently, the mayor of Istanbul got arrested and accused of corruption and all the usual list of charges, which may be true. I mean, it is Turkey after all, but that would not normally be a reason for arrest. And also for collaborating with the Kurdistan militant separatist group, which I'm going to press X to doubt on that one. I have no strong feelings on who would be better for us or Turkey. Neither one are particularly Islamicist, so that's good. But I mean, Ataturk slaughtered all the Armenians, and he wasn't an Islamicist. He was a secularist, but his secularism included killing everyone who was Armenian, and having
and that can
secular
happen,
Islam.
right?
So
I mean, just look at communism. You don't have to be a Muslim or a religious person or whatever to want to kill a lot of people. That's just kind of human nature, that some people are very
they did it because they were Christian.
Annihilate people who look different than them.
Let's be clear, it's not because they look different, it's because they were Christian. Oh, come on, they're hardly Turkish anyway. There's a thin veneer of Turkishness, and most of them have bred out the vast majority of their Turkish ancestry long ago. They're like 80% mixed Anatolian ancestry. Everybody over there is mix of tons and tons of stuff, but including Greek. But he wanted a Turkic identified, Muslim identified secular state. So he wanted them to be secular but Muslim, and so he killed all the Christians. So, and either the Greeks had to leave, or they were also slaughtered. The Greek identifying people who really have virtually the same ancestry, but they were either had to leave or were slaughtered as well. So.
Mm-hmm. Then we got Gabe gifting 5 Reasoned Answers memberships.
من ذا الذي يقرض الله قرضا حسنا? Who is gonna give Allah a good loan? Ya akhwati, this verse puts shame in my heart. My Lord is asking for a loan. Nothing's wrong with that guy. He has ability, but only a little bit of cash flow problems. Just needs a little bit of money right now. So give to Allah. Don't ask for anything back, guys.
So that one seems to be the theme of the day. Very shameful when you read the Quran, according to our Muslim friend there. Thank you very much for those 5 gifted Reasoned Answers membership. Showing up Jack Ray, who gifted only 1.
There's an otter. There are otters floating on the screens because they're joking about Otterman.
That's great. There's an otter icon, huh?
Yes, I don't know where they got an otter icon from, but See if I can copy and paste it. Oh, yes, I can.
Yep.
Yes.
We got an otter there. Crying for money.
Here we
He should be ashamed, very shamed. Alrighty. So we got Joe Chris. Is she a young journalist? Is Danae King a young journalist? Universities teach students so much propaganda. She could be brainwashed. No excuse for that, of course. Based on the length of her career, I don't know her exact age, but based on the length of her career, she definitely is not fresh out of college.
She looks 30s to me, but I don't know. She looks 30s.
She's been writing since at least 2006, I believe, maybe earlier.
So that may be an old picture.
Yeah. Again, I don't know her exact age, but man, that's a lot of otters, people. That's a lot of otters. Daughter Galatians 1:6-9, who I've just been calling daughter, says, tell them about the specialized emojis, Thaddeus. This is true. If you want to be an Islamophobe like me, you can become a channel member, and then you have access to 17, 18, something. No. There's at least 19, right? Because I made 19 the 19th one. So about 20 custom emojis for this channel that you can put into chat. You got happy cat. You got a goat having a nice meal. You got a suspicious character with a little girl who he's marrying. You got the miracle of 19. You got Charlie Hebdo Muhammad and numerous other things. Oh, how could I forget?
She's 32, by the way.
Eyes
So
of the leather strap.
she's probably about 32. I thought she's a little bit older than that, but
Okay. So obviously she's if she's 32, then I guess she has not been writing since 2006. I must have misremembered that. Because she wasn't writing.
She was just reporting that someone else, the person who got fired, had.
She was reporting on something that happened in 2006, but it was much later on, is what you're saying.
Yes, so she was reporting about the Iqbal who got hired in 2006, began working with ITP in 2008, and she was writing in 2022, I think, if I remember correctly.
Oh, yes. And as Nicodemus pointed out, there's also a Thaddeus icon and a Ninja Mary icon there for your amusement. And any emojis, whether custom or otherwise, you put into chat will appear on your screen. One of many ways you can interact with my streams, you can also trigger animations, which do not cost money for you to do. Nicodemus also likes the Ibn Ketchup upgrade. Goat Hub became a supporter.
Who ate the apple? You ate the apple. The whole apple. Yes, the whole apple. You ate it. But a small seed, you left it. You put it back into the earth. What happened? Allah, through His power, caused that to grow and to give you how many apples? Thousands.
Welcome to supporter, Goat Hub. Thank you very much for that. Looks like someone decided to trigger Muhammad Hijab coming on to screen. Goat Hub says stripper, I think is one, right? Indeed, it is.
Yes, it is.
There's also a reverse stripper for those who don't like it. And Mary's favorite, time traveling uterus.
I entered it wrong clearly.
Yeah, you want to put spaces in there. So it's time space traveling. It doesn't need the exclamation point.
It's just time traveling uterus by itself.
Yep.
Yeah, I always forget the format.
And on my website, there is
a
reference to the majority of the things you can trigger. Some of them are secret. You have to pay attention to the stream and see other people trigger it to learn about them. Cat being the one that is most commonly triggered by far. We got 2 more comments here from Marianne. Oops, that's my real name. And Hub says, "Oh no, real names, I'm screwed." That is his legal name is Goat Hub.
Yeah. Oh, so it doesn't know about the time traveling uterus. So there are a number of obstetrical miracles or improbabilities in the Islamic narrative. It is not that the it's supposed to be a miracle. It's just impossible. Things happen in the wrong order. People are the wrong ages, things like that. And so whenever I correct people's ages or the orders of events, because they're just not possible in the order that was originally taught, I call it the time traveling uterus. So
yes, Mary coined the
yeah.
phrase, and we liked it so much that we made an animation for it.
Yeah, because for example, like there is one figure that I believe was rumored to be, or Muhammad thought he was, his son, who was the son of one of his slaves. But because the slave is black, and the son is thus half black, Ethiopian black, not Bantu black, it makes a difference in Islam, by the way. There were revisions that essentially moved his birthday to be after the son that has to be the second son because of because of Arab naming conventions. So the first son becomes born after the second son, and also becomes born when his mother is like 60 years old. And so that's an example of a time traveling uterus. For the first son to be born years after the second son, when the mother should be 60 years old, that would be a time traveling uterus that did that. By the way, the supposed 3-year-old is leading jihadi campaigns too. So, it's a lie. And the funny thing is that Yasser Qadi agrees with me about the age of this boy, but he has not realized why it is that Muhammad's black slave would have been assigned to a completely impossible birth date. I don't think it actually was his son, by the way. I think Muhammad was entirely infertile and he had no genetic children, only ascribed children.
So one more question from Joshua Wooden. Did that 19 miracle debate ever happen with that guy who was challenging you for a while? I'm very, very heartbroken that you brought this back up, because I desperately, and I'm not being sarcastic here, I desperately want to debate the miracle of 19 with any Muslim that is willing to do it. Finally found a guy who was willing to do it. We tentatively agreed on a date, but we didn't agree on a format. We didn't agree on a moderator. When I contacted him with a suggestion for the format and the moderator, he didn't reply to me. I tried a second time. He didn't reply. Then several days go by. The date that it was tentatively scheduled for, the morning of that day, he emails me back and says, "That's fine. Let's do it." Well, it was too late, right? My moderator had something else that he was doing that day. I hadn't prepped for it. It was a total joke. But I said, let's reschedule for another day. And he basically said, "You're running away from me. You're so dishonest. This is the worst thing that's ever happened in the history of the world. I will not debate you." And I was heartbroken. I was seriously heartbroken about that, because I have a degree in mathematics. And I would love to discuss how ridiculous this idea that there's something unusual or miraculous about 19 in the Quran. But even though many, 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 many Muslims tell me this, no one ever wants to debate it.
And yours is statistics focused too, isn't it? Given
yes.
Yep. I've had so many Muslims like start to debate. I'm like, oh. So if something has like a 1 in 1,000 chance and it happens, is that a miracle? Then they just kind of get no. Yeah, it has to be a real miracle. I'm like, oh, okay. So like, if it's a 1 in 50 chance, is that a miracle? They're like, that's less than a miracle. I'm like, well, there's this dice. These dice that people use when they play RPGs. They have 20 sides. So if it happens, if you roll that dice and you get a 20, is that a miracle? No! What are you talking about? So if I roll the dice 500 times and 1 out of every 20 times, I get it's so funny. They walk into it each time, then they rage quit. Rage quit every time they rage quit. It's so fantastic.
You think once you said 20, something would go off in their brain and be like, "Uh-oh."
Some of them start getting it there and they go, "Uh-oh," and they panic and bail then. Or they immediately start arguing, no, it's because of all of the number of times that it appears. The number of times that couldn't be arranged.
Mm-hmm.
So if I rolled the dice 500 times, right?
Mm-hmm.
1 out of every 20 of 500.
That's a lot of 19s, I'm just gonna say.
That would be a lot. Well, that'd be a lot of 20s. But it'd also be a lot of 19s.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I'm pretty sure there's more than 500 words in the Quran. So you'd expect a lot of 19s in the Quran. Yet, when you find a lot of 19s in the Quran, this is somehow miraculous. You also find a lot of multiples of 18 and a lot of multiples of 20, a lot of multiples of 21. But, only 19 you look at. And then you just ignore anything that doesn't work, which is approximately 95% of the Quran, right? 1 out of 19 is roughly 5%. And thus, you only look at things that work and you say, there's so many things that work. It's a miracle. All right. So last super event, E4 Mafia gifted 5 Reasoned Answers memberships.
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it wise to do so, which is why I never brought this topic up myself. You will not find one lecture of mine about this issue. It should never be brought up in public. And I don't like these idiots, and they are idiots, wallahi. This is not something you discuss amongst the masses, ya akhi. It's not wise. I encourage anybody who is really interested to go deep to take the class. I do this class. It'll be 1 year later.
1 year later, you can get the answer to your non-existent question. Thank you very much for that. And a little delay there on Mary triggering Islamic mode because it doesn't work while the clip is playing. But
and Islamic mode is whenever everything's upside down. So whenever you fast, you gain weight. Whenever you have marriage, then you can have sex with lots of people. So it's opposite world.
And as Jack Ray points out, 19 is also a prime number. There's very few prime numbers.
Prime time.
And therefore, it's all the more miraculous. Of course, the next prime number is 23, and that also occurs about 1 out of every 23 things you try in the Quran. It's even less probable than 19 is also prime, and you could find as many as you want because there are, mathematically speaking, an infinite number of ways to manipulate numbers. And thus, all you have to do is try enough things to get an impressive list, and you can find whatever number you want. You can even find the number 666 a number of times in the Quran, obviously way rarer than 19, but you can do it if you want to, and I have done it.
It's funny, but there's like this idea that there's 666 ayah
6,666, right?
There are 6,666. There aren't. But it's funny because a lot of Muslims think that there are, which I find hysterically hilarious.
Yeah, you got to do some manipulation to get the total number of verses in the Quran to 6,666. But that's how a lot of these things work, because you just manipulate things until you get what you want. So you count some verses, you don't count others. You double up where you need to double up. It's got 2 sentences in it. It should really be 2 verses, and so on and so forth to get whatever you want out of it. Thank you all for tuning in today. As I said, you're going to be getting a lot more content from me going forward. That will begin tomorrow when I release my new scripted video. It is about 18 to 19 minutes, me telling the complete story of why I was fired. Obviously, you've gotten some of the information. You've gotten it piecemeal in my conversations with David, my conversations with Adam, and in my first video. But here in one condensed format, you'll get the whole story. And I really hope that you'll check that out when that comes out tomorrow. Got a couple of scripted videos in the works. I'm also going to be doing short videos with Mary, and we'll do.
And he can also finally edit the video that I gave him a long time ago.
Yes, and I have a couple things, a video from Mary and a couple other things that are already recorded that I need to edit. So I got a lot of work to do. If you want to see all this work continue, then please continue to support me. Send in those super chats. Send in or subscribe to not subscribe. Become channel members. Hopefully you're already subscribed. Become channel members. Support me on Patreon. Whatever you prefer to do. If you can't afford to, no big deal. I'm not begging for money here. I'm not promising you'll get 10 times the reward in return for it. But if you want to support the work, I'd greatly appreciate it, because the reality is I don't have income right now.
Yeah. And just so you know, anything that you give to him whenever we're streaming together is his. Like, I've never taken any of it. So.
All right. So thank you all for joining in. Get a bunch of otters and a bunch of goats as we sign off. As is tradition on this channel, we will close with a word of prayer from our favorite pastor, Jake.
Pray this ceaselessly. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me.